Welcome to the Board of Education meeting. I call this meeting to order. I want to remind those speaking during tonight's meeting that we use the closed captioning feature on YouTube, so please speak as clearly as possible. Now I ask that you please stand if able and join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance in English and Spanish. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Juro fidelidad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación amable, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos. Next, we would like to gratefully acknowledge the Native peoples on whose homelands we gather, as well as the diverse and vibrant Native communities who make their home here today. Next, I'd like to ask for a moment of silence for those who have given their lives in service to their country. Okay, we will move on to our roll call. Dr. Albright, can I have a roll call, please? Here. Here. Here.
Jackson.
Here.
I can't. Okay.
Crystal Tapia Romero. Danielle Gonzalez.
Here. Our first item is to consider adoption of the June 4th, 2025 Board of Education meeting agenda. I'd like to remind board members that per the APS Board of Education Governance Manual, you can ask that an item be removed from the consent agenda before the meeting is posted, but not during the meeting. Do we have a motion and a second?
I move we adopt the June 4th, 2025 Board of Education meeting agenda. This is Member Jackson.
Now second, this is Board Member Benavides.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Ronaldo Tomarito.
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez.
Yes.
Heather Benavides.
Yes.
Courtney Jackson.
Yes.
Joe Gonzalez.
Yes. Our next item is to consider approval of the minutes from the Board of Education meeting on May 7th, 2025. Can we have a motion and a second?
I move for approval of the minutes from the Board of Education on May 7th, 2025. And I'll second, this is Board Member Benavides, sorry.
We have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Ronaldo Tomarito.
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez.
Yes.
Heather Benavides.
Yes.
Courtney Jackson.
Yes.
Joe Gonzalez.
Yes. And next item is public forum. Vice President Jackson, will you please share the instructions for public forum?
Yes, I will. So first of all, welcome to all of our public forum guests. When you signed up to speak, you were asked to review the rules and expectations which our presiding officer will enforce. The New Mexico Open Meetings Act requires that our agendas specify in advance the items that will be discussed and voted on during the meeting. Therefore, public forum is not a dialogue among speakers and board members, but rather a chance to hear from our community. We will call participants to speak in the order they signed up, whether in person or virtual. Those here with us tonight will be asked to come to the microphone at the back of the room when your name is called. Online guests will stay in a virtual waiting room until it is their turn to speak. We have set aside 45 minutes for public forum. If there are 22 or fewer speakers, you will each have 2 minutes. Otherwise, you will have 1 minute. Tonight, we have 25 speakers. So each of you will have 1 minute to speak. Once your time is up, you will be asked to quickly wrap up. If you feel unable to convey your message, you may email boarded@aps.edu. In addition, for those of you who are with us tonight, a representative from our service center is here to assist you, and she is raising her hand right back there. All right, so with that, we are ready. Mr. Gonzalez, will you please introduce our first speakers?
Thank you, Board Member Jackson. Our first speaker is in the room. Tony Watkins will be first, followed by Kristen Wood-Hegner. You'll have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Hello, I'm a part of Families United for Education, and I'm going to talk about board governance and contracts. Under the contract with the Council of Great City Schools, There's been an effort to prevent board members from speaking about why they cast a dissenting vote. Public voice has been limited by including presentations by APS staff in a time allotted for public comment. The community voices that do get airtime are not reflected in meeting minutes. And perhaps most egregiously, this current board has never voted on the contract, which has been dictating how it governs. We've also seen the deleting of our family engagement policy from the APS website, bullying behavior on the board that has trickled down to APS staff, repurposing Taft Middle School without meaningful input from families in the neighborhood, board member email addresses being taken off the APS website, and most recently, a vote on the contract taken off the table at the last minute when community organizing resulted in not having the votes lined up to pass it. We call for vigilance in identifying conflicts of interest on the board moving forward with future contracts, adhering to strict procurement protocols and codes of ethics, and partnering with community if and when a decision is made on the recipient of a new contract. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Kristen Wood-Hegner. I'm the parent of an APS student. When 90,000 gallons of raw sewage spilled at Harrison Middle School last December, parents and staff were not informed until months later. This breach of trust threatens the fragile relationship between families and the school district, eroding confidence in the district's ability to protect our children. This transparency issue trickles down to the schools from the APS Board of Education. Under the guidance of the Council of Great City Schools, the board's decision-making process has become opaque and communication channels are deliberately throttled. Board members' email addresses have even been removed from the public website, an absurdly undemocratic barrier for citizens trying to connect to their elected officials. The board also passed what is essentially a gag order, effectively muzzling dissenting board members concerned about the district's direction. The elected board members now consistently pass the buck to the superintendent, who does not answer to voters whose children fill our classrooms. And the vote that parents anticipated regarding the Council of Great City Schools contract is not on tonight's agenda, nor has the contract been made publicly available.
You need to have one more sentence. Just one quick one, please.
It's time to let light shine in APS and repair the relationship with families by immediately ending the relationship with the Council of Great City Schools.
Thank you. Thank you. Megan.
Yes, I'm here.
Still have 1 minute when you begin.
Hi, I'm taking time out of my well-deserved vacation to speak to the board and enter into public record my opposition to the CVCS contract. Any contract should be reviewable by the public and subject to community input, not taken behind closed doors. More importantly, it should be a local contractor who has relevant experience with our diverse population, specifically those mentioned in the Rosie Martinez ruling. I would like to express my disappointment in the intentional misrepresentation the president and her friends at New Mexico Kids Can have made about our opposition. We do not oppose student outcome-focused governance. We oppose the implementation and the processes the current board is using. And most importantly, we'd like to emphasize, we want to keep public education public. Thank you.
Thank you. Bradley Ross.
Good evening, Board of Education Superintendent Blakey. Over the past several months, I've followed the discussion about the contract of the Council of the Great City Schools and its student outcomes focused governance framework. Prior to the prior several meetings, you've indicated that the contract would be discussed, and that didn't happen. And then there was going to be a vote, and apparently that's not going to happen either. Before this meeting, I asked board members what was going on, and I was told that the board president had initiated an internal email discussion about a draft of the contract. The email included all board members. My understanding was that there was to be a vote on the contract tonight, but that's changed. Anyone who's paid attention to this board knows that the votes are regularly split. Items often pass in a 4-3 vote, with the majority going in favor of what's put forward by the board president. I'm worried that the president got wind of how the votes lined up. Essentially, I'm concerned that the change was due to an email discussion, which would be a violation of the Open Meetings Act. It doesn't look good in any case, and it smacks of vote counting. I urge you to not make the same mistakes of the past. I urge you to be transparent in your business with the public and to avoid this anti-democratic framework of the student outcomes focused governance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is in the room, Senator Linda Lopez. Will be followed by Ann Newland.
Good evening, board members. My name is Linda Lopez. I serve as the state senator for Senate District 11, representing the southwest quadrant of Bernalillo County. I am dismayed at the lack of information about the sewage dump that happened in my community. This is reminiscent of an issue that happened at Pajarito Elementary School over 20-some years ago. I've been an elected representative, senator of my district for over 28 years. I've seen the good, the bad, and the you know what sometimes with regards to education and the school board, as well as looking up at the school representation in Santa Fe in our public education department. What I want to say tonight is I am dismayed at currently what is happening with the board. As an elected official, if I was told I could not respond to any inquiry about a vote that I've taken or anything, the decisions you're making representing my families, that is taking away representation of what I'm elected to do. I am elected just like you are. Listening to—
I'm sorry, Senator Lopez, you've gone over your minute. Can you please wrap up in a quick sentence?
Listening to the issues with regarding to the organization that is running the board. It's not right. It needs to be changed. Hire someone from our state that knows the culture. There's a lot of other issues that I will be sending a letter to each of you for attention.
Thank you, ma'am. And our next speaker is Ann. I believe it's Nalin. Sorry about that. And you'll have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Okay, my name is Ann Nalin. I'm a retired teacher and professor. My child grew up here and finally graduated from Albuquerque High. I want to remind the board about the work in Mississippi, who we often are compared to when we're both at the bottom of the whatever grouping of scores that appear. It's called the Mississippi Miracle now, where they raised their children's scores in math and reading for some of the worst in the country to some, after slowly climbing up to some of the best. They who had the worst state schools in the country are now in the top 15% of the nation in math and reading, in grades from kindergarten and 12th grade. It took 10 years and focus on teacher support and training to make the Mississippi Miracle happen. It had nothing to do with making the school boards. Rather, the state superintendent and staff from all over the state focused on teachers, on the curriculum, the community, and the parents, and the support eventually of the state government.
Ma'am, I have to stop you. You've gone over a minute. Can you wrap up in a quick short sentence?
Surely we could do the same here in New Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Josephine Chavez, followed by Erica Apodaca.
Good evening. I'm Josie Chavez, Dean at La Mesa Elementary. I'm here today to discuss our concerns regarding the demotion and move of our principal out of Acabal. Our school is currently in CSI status year 2 and making gains. Anna Chavez made this decision without sharing data to back her decision. Yes, our academic scores are low, but other data sources indicates the effectiveness of the school is high, such as the family engagement survey with a 99% response rate. This decision will more than likely put the school into MRI status. It will take time for new administrators to learn processes, build rapport with students, staff, community, and build trust, especially with the staff and community that did not want this change. As a community school, we were not given a voice in the placement of administration. This goes against guardrails 4 and 5, which explicitly state
The superintendent will not exclude student and community voice and engagement in school and district operations. The superintendent will not implement programs or procedures in schools without staff voice. Our staff feels very unheard. The process should be backed by data and clear consensus of stakeholders. 92% of our staff do not want our principal moved based on a petition signed by our staff, which I have here today. Thank you for listening to my concern. I look forward to you supporting La Mesa Elementary through upholding the goals and guardrails created by the APS School Board.
Thank you. Erica Apodaca.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Erica Apodaca, and I'm here on behalf of the La Mesa Elementary School community. We are shocked and heartbroken by the removal and demotion of Principal Acaba, a decision made without explanation. 92% of staff signed a petition requesting a community meeting, and I have heard a family petition gathered hundreds of signatures. Yet requests for dialogue with district leadership have gone unanswered. From what I understand, even the principal surveys, a key elevation tool, haven't been compiled yet by the ATF, so we don't know what data was used. She is not only highly respected by her school, she's been recognized across the district. Just this spring, La Mesa was congratulated for being one of the few schools in the district to show growth in all 4 areas of District Goal 4. La Mesa even surpassed the district goals. This didn't happen by accident. It happened through strong, consistent leadership. She has received recognition from the mayor's office for her dedication and impact, making significant contributions to her respective community. Her leadership creates trust. She empowers the families without pity, offering a hand up and not a hand out. I apologize. We respectfully ask why the voices of those closest to the work are not being heard or considered.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Joe Cardillo, followed by Erica McDowell. You have 1 minute once you begin speaking, sir.
Good evening, board. I'm Joe Cardillo. I'm a resident of APS District 4. I've noticed an increase in people encouraging book banning and targeting our LGBTQ communities, so I'd like to offer a couple of brief remarks. The first is that it's crucial to understand that most of the people driving these efforts are motivated by personal gain. They're seeking to boost their social media, get clicks and views to websites where they promote products, get political power, and some are even coached by outsiders, for example, by an extreme conservative group from Las Cruces. Most don't even have kids in our schools. Their goal is to create division, not to help our children. Second, we know books help young people understand complex issues. Limiting access doesn't protect them. It only limits their tools for dealing with life's challenges. Our educators and our librarians already follow age-appropriate standards, and there is a clear and straightforward policy for raising concerns about issues. Books were a lifeline for me growing up. They helped me understand different experiences, build a good life, and contribute to my community. Every kid deserves the same chance. I urge you as APS board members and our broader community to continue the focus on creating inclusive, open learning environments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Erica McDowell. You have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Good evening. My name is Erica McDowell. I'm a graduate of APS, Go Bulldogs, a resident of District 3, and the managing director of GLSEN, New Mexico. In the last few board meetings, a small group of people has been raising concerns about books in our school libraries. They've been clear to say that they are, quote, not anti-LGBTQ, but I'm not buying this. There is a document they've created that lists the books they are concerned about with a section called, quote, explicit content summary for each book. For many of the books, this section lists, quote, alternate gender ideologies and, quote, alternate sexualities as, quote, explicit content. This is the same language that is used to ostracize and discriminate against the LGBTQ plus community broadly. This shouldn't have to be said, but our students' identities are not explicit content. I find it incredibly misleading for these folks to say that they are supportive of the LGBTQ plus community, and I urge everyone to consider what this group's true motivations are in raising these concerns about books. Instead of raising hysteria, we should support the skilled, highly trained, caring librarians who work hard every day to ensure all children see themselves reflected in the books they read and have opportunities to read about other perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is on Zoom, Diana Martinez. Diana, are you there?
You can hear me.
I can. You have 1 minute once you begin speaking, but hold on, you're on mute. Oh, there you go.
we go. Sorry, have technical difficulties. All righty. I am Diana Martinez. I am a third grade teacher at La Mesa Elementary. And I too am coming to speak on behalf of our principal, Ara Akabal, but even more importantly, and on behalf of our students. I am under the impression that all of us here tonight are here for one reason, one goal, and that shared goal is or should be our students. And that's where I'm coming across this evening, is that if we all have the same goal, we should be a team. And I'm very disheartened to feel right now that I don't feel like I have been heard as a team member. Ms. Chavez did send our school an email to let us know about the change in leadership with no reasons why. So I was shocked. I did email her back asking a few questions. I just felt Miss Akabal was such a great leader, and we had met with the district so many times, and they came in as a voice of support. We had no idea they were going this direction. However, I tried several times to get a hold of Miss Chavez and did not get responded to, or got responded to very vaguely. So if we want to continue to help our students, we need to be a team and not an us against you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is on Zoom. I believe it's Erin Demas. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to speak tonight about the CGCS contract that is coming up for renewal. I just had a couple of points that I'd like to make. The first one is that Dr. Gabriella Blakey signed the 24-25 CGCS contract, which seems to directly conflict with the fact that she is supposed to be under the supervision of the board, and yet the contract explicitly controls what the board is supposed to say and do and their behavior. Also, I understand that the CGCS contract that is currently up for renewal was supposed to be on this month's agenda and then was pulled. There has been no public comment about this particular contract. And I just want to know why it was pulled, and additionally, if there was discussion behind the scenes among board members, because that appears to be doing business, public business in private. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is in person, and I believe it's Dayan Ho Chi Minh Vihil. I think I butchered that. I apologize.
Not a problem, not the first time. Hello, I'm Dayan Hockman V. Hill. I am a New Mexico State representative for District 15 in the North Valley. And I echo the comments of many this evening in that there are serious concerns with the continued contractual relationship with the Council for Great City Schools. The values of GCS do not echo the values of our communities. Instead, as the district considers other contractors, it is imperative that this process is transparent and available for public comment. APS needs to follow procurement requirements and keep the community informed. It's no secret that many of us want GCS out of APS. We need the school board and APS to select a contractor that can work in alignment with the state PED to implement the changes mandated by the recent Yazzie Martinez ruling. We need experts who have a proven record of reaching communities of color and at-risk students. We need experts who will commit to working with the State Legislative Education Study Committee, the New Mexico Public Education Department, urban and rural tribes, pueblos and tribes, and tribal nations. APS must select a contractor that supports the role of the board as representatives of their districts and works to create an environment of respect and collaboration between the board members, and also holds the district to account to achieve better outcomes for our children. For the children of our state. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, our next speaker is Megan Cornett, and it's on Zoom. Megan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, you have 1 minute.
Good evening. My name is Megan Cornett. I'm a resident of School Board District 7, a parent of 2 military-connected middle school students at Desert Ridge, and a retired military officer. I wanted to publicly voice my support to this board for taking a position that has proven successful in both business and in military organizations, and that is adopting a strategic plan and remaining focused on student outcomes. I know leading large organizations is difficult, and culture change is incredibly emotional and hard. Your data, though, shows that it is working, and I just want to thank you for your commitment and what you're doing for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is on Zoom, Francesca Bueller.
Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. You have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Great. My name is Francesca Bluer, and I'm a retired APS teacher, as well as mom to 4 generations of APS graduates. I would like to question the need to procure a consulting firm to give our board superintendent external support to meet goals of raising scores in standardized tests and life skills. I question the value of reducing our children to metrics of scores in reading and math, as well as efficacy, self-management, social engagement, and perseverance. How can these possibly be measured? The external support in focusing solely on test scores and life skills erases, ignores, minimizes, and devalues the rich culture and history our students present to us every day. How will the reparations due in the Yazzie Martinez lawsuit be measured in test and life skill scores? What is most disturbing? Hiring external support focused on test scores distracts and prevents our schools from the work of supporting and uplifting our children, families, and teachers in learning the critical thinking skills essential in navigating our world today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Kathleen Mosley.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. You have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
My name is Kathy Mosley, a parent of a past 2 APS students in District 7. I see tonight's goal is about staff voice and support. And I found a very old Council of Great City Schools report, 2014, that showed that we spend, I think, 3 times as much as Austin City Schools on assessment. And I have not been able to find an updated report on that, but it underlines a concern a teacher friend has shared about assessment versus curriculum, and wanted to hear more about that concern and find that an updated report if I could. I have not been able to find one. I have emailed and I will be looking forward to that.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kyle Fiore. And you'll have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Thank you so much. I am the mother and the grandmother of Albuquerque Public School graduates. As board members, you all have a tall job, and you've chosen A.C. Crabb-Bill's plan of how to affect student outcomes. According to Crabb-Bill, the 2 parts of goal setting are learning the current level of student performance and what that desired level should be in 3 to 5 years. And, to quote Crabb-Bill directly, discerning the community's vision for student outcomes is the school board's job, and it should pursue that task wherever it leads. Only then can you set the goal of learning the current levels of student performance and what the desired level should be in 3 to 5 years, based on this integrated model of community vision. Forgo your short-sighted concentration on the school board process to the exclusion of your constituent. Nothing requires you to abdicate your responsibilities to exercise oversight and address emerging community concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kim Rodriguez. Kim, you have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Good evening, board members. My name is Kim Rodriguez, and I'm speaking to you tonight in regards to the recent principal reassignments that are affecting over 24 schools in our district. APS's very own guardrail number 5 specifically states the superintendent will not implement programs or procedures in schools without staff voice. Over 20 principals throughout our district have been abruptly reassigned to different schools without any regard to staff input. These changes have the potential to be detrimental to our schools and communities, affecting school culture, staff morale, and stable and thriving learning environments. I question the justification for such change and urge the board to reconsider these reassignments for not only the sake of our communities, but the disregard to the established APS guardrails. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. All right. Our next speaker is Ben Roberts, but I can't get him to join. So I'm going to go on to Lauren Micklejohn. All right. I got one right tonight. Great. You'll have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Sorry, can you guys hear me?
Ben, yeah, I'm going to have one person speak before you, and then you'll be
go
next.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm a proud parent of 3 APS students, and I've had students at APS for 10 years and counting. I find it curious that after so many board meetings where the Council of Great City Schools and their coaches were called into these meetings and their coaching referred to constantly, that their mention in this agenda item is conspicuously absent. I understand that the contract with CGCS was up for renewal, and I see it nowhere in the agenda. Instead, there's a discussion item about engaging external professional support. I welcome this discussion. I look forward to it. External professional support should coach APS and the board to connect, collaborate, and build parent engagement, not paint parents who give public comment as against improvement in student outcomes. It really shows your true colors. Say whatever you like, and we invite you to, but it's your actions that matter.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Ben Roberts. He's on Zoom. Mr. Roberts, are you still there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. You'll have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Thank you. My name is Ben Roberts, and I'm a parent of an APS student, and I'm deeply concerned about APS and the board's increasing reliance on out-of-state consultants, including the CGCS, and the misapplication of a corporate business model to our district's most pressing challenges. The use of outside consultants drains funding from our classrooms and our community. Every dollar spent on these contracts is a dollar not spent on teachers and students and does not make use of our local expertise. APS's budget has doubled over the past decade, while enrollment has declined, but we're still told every year that APS needs more money. This does not add up. Where's the money going? The adoption of corporate management practices, buzzwords like SMART goals, top-down leadership, and calling families customers may sound professional on paper, but education shouldn't be treated as a scaled business process, and doing so risks losing sight of our core purposes within education, nurturing intellectual growth, equity, critical thinking, creativity, and social responsibility in the next generation of New Mexicans. I urge the board to reject external consultancy, invest in local expertise, honor the professional judgment of educators, take ownership of understanding and serving your constituents rather than outsourcing that responsibility. Step away from the corporate model and remember our schools exist to be partners in serving our children and communities, not administrative process management and bottom lines. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is in person, and I believe it's Lesvia Lovercher. You'll have 1 minute once you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Lesbia Louverture, and I'm here on behalf of La Mesa Elementary School and advocate for our principal, Miss Aura Cabal. Miss Cabal has been good. Miss Cabal has a good sense of community. On May 23, it was delivered a letter with 200 signatures from the community that's asking to the board to please rethink what is being done. Like our principal is going to move to another school, and the community is devastated for that. Our community states that we have not probably meet the standard goals yes in education, but our safety of the school, community engagement, and other things we've been improving. Our improvement is little, but we're going up. Also, we also agree as a staff and community that our school needs stability, especially now when our grades needs to be high. And we all know the new administration will come or the new changes always is a step back to go back again. And we need a stability, and that's what we ask you for the safety of our community. And our community really feels safe under Ms. Acaba leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Martha, I believe it's Betazos. And after her will be Jeffrey Breidenbach.
¿Tienen intérprete? Hablan.
¿Quién?
¿O usted?
Okay. Gracias. Sure. Yes, that's great. Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Marta Betanzos y mi hija es estudiante de la escuela Emerson. Estoy aquí por la siguiente razón, que estoy en desacuerdo que muevan al director Ángel Román, ya que él es una persona profesional en todos los sentidos, se preocupa mucho por los niños, siempre anda hablando si los niños no se presentan en la escuela, y sobre todo yo me siento más tranquila cuando mi hija está en la escuela, porque esa área es muy peligrosa. Y cuando pasa algún problema, inmediatamente el director toma acciones y lo resuelve. Él tiene 1 año en la escuela y la escuela ha mejorado. Lo más importante es que habla nuestro idioma español y que nosotros como papás podemos hablar directamente el problema y ser escuchados. Y por eso nos da la confianza de estar tranquilos en estos tiempos más difíciles. Es por eso que estoy aquí, quiero ser escuchada. Y hay más padres de familia que pensamos lo mismo, pero pues ellos están trabajando, no pueden estar aquí. Aquí traigo firmas de varios padres de familia, cartas, y espero que tomen la mejor decisión, ya que él ha hecho cosas muy importantes en la escuela, los grados se elevaron, hizo las bardas más altas y adoptó el centro de comunidad. De verdad necesitamos que nos escuchen, que Dios los bendiga y que gracias por todo.
Yeah, I will. Thank you, ma'am.
Well, good evening, everybody. My name is Marta Betanzos. My daughter is a student at Emerson Elementary School. I'm here for this following reasons. We are in completely on disagreement that you are moving to the principal, Angel Roman, because he is a very professional person in all the sense. We are very worried for our students, our kids, because always he's been talking to the kids, he's taking care of the students. When they don't go to the school, he's trying and improve the attendance. Above all, I feel really completely tranquil when I leave my daughter to the school because that area is very dangerous. And when something happens or any problem, he immediately is taking actions to resolve. And he's just 1 year in the school, and the school is getting better and better. The most important is because he speaks also our language, Spanish. And we as parents, we can talk directly to any problems and be listening. And that is giving us a lot of confidence. And we are very confident with him and tranquil and like a peace of mind. And in these times, very difficult. That is the reason I'm here. And I'm going to hear listening by you, by all of you. And we are more parents of family that we think the same way. And it's very, and he is very professional. We are very sad. Many parents, we would like really be here, but they work. And I got a lot of signatures and letters. So thank you very much for listening. From the bottom of my heart, I really appreciate it. He has done many, many important things, and the schools and the grades have been up. The scores are up. The community is very happy, and he made construction, he made fences very high and adapted a community center. Really, we need this type of principles in our area. Thank you very much for listening us, and God bless you, everybody.
Thank you both. Thank you both. Thank you for helping.
So she got some letters.
I can. Gracias. Okay, our next speaker is Jeffrey Breidenbach.
Hi, Jeff Breidenbach. Came to speak on behalf of my granddaughter that also goes to Emerson Elementary. And I've seen the progress she's made over the past year. I've seen the test scores go up, and seen the dedication and hard work that's been going into the school, not just by the staff and the teachers, but by the principal. And I met Principal Ramon, and he's very dedicated, does a good job, is very involved, and he's very serious about his work. And the school has been making progress, and the scores have shown it. And he's gotten awarded some acclimates for the work he's done. And I just think reassigning someone at 1 year into their position without a good reason is just it's detrimental to the rest of the school and the students. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is on Zoom. David Poole. Are you there?
Now, you hear me now?
I do. You have
Great.
1 minute once you begin speaking.
Thank you so much. My name is David Poole, and I wish to speak to the issue of the removal of Ms. Ara Acabel as principal of La Mesa Elementary School. I am the director of the La Mesa Arts Academy, which is an outreach of La Mesa Presbyterian Church, using the church's facilities to provide free after-school arts education for the students of La Mesa Elementary School. Throughout the program's 20-year history, its success, as measured by enrollment and satisfaction of the students and families, has ebbed and flowed, depending to a great extent on the support of the school administrators. Throughout her time at La Mesa Elementary, Ms. Acabel has been nothing but fully supportive of our program. She has taken the time to meet with us regularly to ensure full cooperation and the coordination of our efforts. And in our last meeting held just prior to the beginning of the spring 2025 semester, Ms. Acabel spoke of the value she places on offering wholesome, creative, and recreational after-school options for her students. She has put her money where her mouth is in this regard, giving up her two afternoons a week to coach soccer for her students. The school, indeed the larger La Mesa neighborhood, would be much the poorer without the energy, vision, and effectiveness of Ms. Acabel. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is in person. It is Maya Elric. Okay. So I believe that completes public forum.
Great. I would like to thank our public forum guests, and we will move on to our next item, which is to consider acceptance of progress monitoring reports for Guardrail 5. For this agenda item, our facilitator will be Member Tom Morito.
Thank you, President Gonzalez. Tonight, we will be monitoring Guardrail 5, staff voice and support. Before we begin, we need to confirm that our monitoring report is complete. I believe that all of the criteria for an effective report has been met, but I will open the floor for anyone else who thinks we may be missing one of the elements. Does anyone have evidence that suggests otherwise?
No. Structurally, it's sound.
Good. Excellent. Since everyone agrees that the required elements are present, we will open the floor for our monitoring conversation. As a reminder, we have questions that are technical and tactical in nature before tonight's meeting. These questions and their answers are posted with the agenda materials for public to see. Each board member is expected to ask a question during the meeting to help us understand how the administration's actions align to the board's goals and guardrails? Those questions must be SMART, meaning they must be strategic, measured focus, asked-oriented, results-driven, and time-bound. So let's get started. So thank you. Oh, go ahead. Thank you for so we'll go ahead and let you guys do your presentation if you or go ahead and follow-up questions.
Madam
Okay,
President.
I'm sorry.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Blakey, good evening. It is our pleasure to have shared with you the documents for Guardrail 5. We point out that this is baseline for the interim goals, the interim guardrails under this piece. I am joined this evening by Chief Academic Officer Sherry Jett, and we look forward to your questions this evening. We stand ready to answer them.
I'll go ahead and start at the end. There's Courtney. Do you have a question to present?
Thank you. So I have two questions. Okay, the first one is in relation to interim guardrail 5.3. And the question is on page 5 in relation to strategy 3. The question is how, and this is about how principals will have representation on the instructional council. So my question is, how will principals work to ensure broad representation on their ICs in order to make it effective and not just a check the box activity? Is there a particular strategy that the schools are going to use or that you have implemented from the district to make sure that it's truly representative and not just another check the box?
Madam President, Member Jackson, Superintendent Dr. Blakey, yes, I think it begins with looking at the requirements of what makes up an instructional council. So using elementary schools for an example, we want grade level representation so that we have grade level kindergarten through 5th grade representation. We want to make sure that's cross content, but perhaps more importantly, from a voice point of view, do we have parent voice on the instructional council? And that's something that we are very much lifting up, looking at, and ensuring that we are monitoring and encouraging and lifting up best practices to where it's not a single voice or left to chance that we have a parent on the instructional council. And in high school, for example, not only parent voice in addition to the teacher voice, but student voice on the instructional council. So really monitoring this is already, I would remind the board, delineated in the language that is agreed upon in the collective bargaining negotiated agreement. So we have these collective commitments to one another. Now it's really implementing them and supporting our principals to ensure that these seats are filled.
May I ask a follow-up question? So just the follow-up question on that is, are we ensuring that there's not duplication, that, to refer to my check the box, that if you're a teacher and also a parent, that you get 2 checks? Are you ensuring that it's 1 person per box?
Madam President, Member Jackson, Superintendent Dr. Blakey, that would be the desired state that we achieve, and really working to ensure that our parents have awareness of this is an opportunity for them to express their voice at the school in a very deep and meaningful way. We wouldn't want to have a case where we have the same person filling multiple roles, because that would limit authentic voice specific to the different role groups.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I have one more question, unless you want me to wait until everybody else has had the opportunity.
Yes, we can go back through again.
Okay.
Yes. Is there any, Danielle, did you want to go ahead?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the work that you've done on this report. I have a question that's related specifically to interim goal 5.1 on high quality professional learning and staff feedback on that. I appreciate the answers in the pre-technical and tactical work and acknowledging that this is baseline data. So this is the first time that we are measuring this. This is the first time we're collecting this data. Now that we know at this certain point in time where we stand, we have a baseline from which to move forward. So I think that's important to acknowledge. And I also, what I'm curious about is you've proposed some strategies within your report. I'm curious if you could just speak to what adult behaviors would need to change in order for these strategies to be effective.
Well, good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Blakey. It's always a pleasure to come before you and talk about the work that we're doing, particularly around how we support one of our really great assets, and that's our teachers in the classroom. And so around what adult behaviors would have to change to align to our strategies, I think number one is looking, and part of what we're doing is looking at the district offices and the adult behaviors there. So looking at how I think we have offered high quality professional learning opportunities, but my fear, and I think it's more than a fear, like I know based on the work we've done this year, it's been siloed. Like we don't have a clear sense of who has received what, nor do we have a clear sense of the impact of that professional learning. So to the point of adult behaviors changing, us coming together as the district administrators to really look at what those systems are, really look at the assets that we have in the expertise in our departments across the district, to bring those together cohesively to begin to really collaborate and create a more cohesive system of professional learning. Now, from the school level, that will also require some changes in adult behavior. To begin, we really need to work with our leadership to find the time in the school day to work with our adults. And so in terms of the organization, you know, making sure we can provide not only high quality experts and teaching and learning coaches, but also the opportunity for them to work in our classrooms and with our teachers. So I would say those are the primary adult behaviors that we would be looking to influence right away.
Great. I have a follow-up. Is that okay?
Yes.
So you spoke specifically to the adult behaviors that need to change in the district office or the central office, which I appreciate that because oftentimes accountability only happens at the bottom and not at the top. And so if we're thinking about adult behaviors changing within central office, what accountability is there going to be, and maybe this is a question for Dr. Blakey, but what accountability is there to ensure that these changes actually happen in order to better support our staff who are at the school level?
I can, that's okay. You know, mostly how, so certainly in our departments, I'm sure you know our structures, usually an executive or senior director, and then we often employ what we call a resource teacher below them, and they are held accountable according to the teacher evaluations that we do because they are teachers, right? And so to that end though, as we're reconfiguring what this looks like, we are already having conversations about the shift in roles and practices and how that will play into their daily work and daily experience as content and professional developers, experts in our district. The accountability is certainly from the supervisor, making clear that expectation and then working consistently, not just at a beginning of year, middle of year, end of year time, but saying, okay, are we really achieving these goals? Are we really seeing these adult behaviors change? I'll stop there.
I think secondly to that would be really looking at the central office as resources that are needed by the school sites. And so there's some accountability as far as shifting the, like it becoming like we're pushing something on you rather than they're pulling resources from central office, which the accountability shows that as central office, as you provide resources, you have to adapt to make sure you're serving the customer or the teacher that they need, that they're pulling the resources from you rather than you're pushing the resources onto them. So I think the more we can shift that to central office becoming resources that are pulled upon rather than pushed upon, you'll see the accountability on the deliverable that you're being mindful of what is needed in order to make change into the classroom.
Great, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather.
Thank you, Board Member Tom Morito. Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez and Chief Academic Officer Jet, for being here this evening and for providing a comprehensive and easily understandable report. You guys always report so well. Thank you. Appreciate that. So my first question is about the overall survey. So I'll ask my question that I asked in the previous document, and then I will ask the follow-up. What percentage of total APS teachers completed the fall survey? In total, 2,547 teachers responded, and this is roughly a 43% response rate. That's great. But as we all know, that the larger the sample size, the more reliable the data. And so I'm curious if there are strategies in place to implement by fall 2025 to increase the response from, say, 43% to 60 and or above.
Madam President, Member Benavides, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Blakey, I think the answer is absolutely. And we have had experience with surveys, and we have learned a lot about best practice in increasing response on surveys in general. And I'm pointing to a recent report with Goal 4. We have seen over the last several administrations that our return on taking of the survey has gone up exponentially. And there's a lot of lessons learned. You are absolutely right that this fall, in a few short months in October, we will send this survey out again. We've recognized a few things. Number one, we want to learn from what we've learned with Goal 4 and implement some of those strategies to get a better return. Number two, we also recognize that there may be some additional information we would like to collect. And that would inform us and give us the tools we need to deepen our strategy. Because what we learned is we equipped ourselves with the responses needed to respond to the interim guardrail, which was a good start. But what we've recognized as we really dig into the strategy, we could use some more information to look at demographic information, for example, level of teachers, grade level, departmental, areas of specialty. How can we look at this information to better equip us to not only get a higher return on the survey, but grow more sophisticated in our strategy in response to raising our performance on the interim guardrails?
I would just say, Member Benavides, as I've reflected on the survey, its first administration, one thing that's really important to me in my role is to build the trust of the teachers as well, to communicate the why of the survey, I think, more clearly. That's an area that I'll own it. I think I could have done better. And then what we'll do with that information. And so as we begin to roll this out in the fall, I want to make it really clear that the purpose is for us to get better at the district level in our support and advocacy for teachers, that it's a tool for support and hopefully build a higher response rate through that as well.
Trust building, yeah. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Board Member Dominguez.
Thank you. I know you all work really hard on these reports, spend lots of time. And for me, it's always, especially on the heels of our public comment, trying to square what I'm hearing from your reports versus what I'm getting from the community. And I can't help but follow up to your response to Board Member Benavides. And forgive me, but it is a technical or a tactical question. You mentioned in your response very generally, what we learned from this first iteration of the survey, but I guess I'd like to hear I'd like to hear you elaborate on that. And then I've got my own questions. Like, what did you learn specifically?
Madam President, Member Dominguez, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Blakey. I think we learned a few things. And the first thing, if I may differentiate guardrail 5.1 and 5.2, and then guardrail 3, because I think there's a distinction to draw there. The first point to 5.3 is we have a structure that we can be proud of with the instructional councils. And what we've learned there is that while we have a structure, we need to make sure that there is equity around the district with that structure, and that we are fostering and harnessing diverse voice at the teacher level, at the parent level, and at the student level within our instructional councils. The representation last year of the instructional councils provided a fairly high response, and a favorable response in regards to the questions: were they able to influence the instructional program and the budget within the context of their instructional councils? So that was done at a very high threshold. Therefore, what we learned from there is a system that we can use, capitalize upon, and use as such a springboard, if you will, to continue some of these very robust conversations around some of the most important work we do in the district around instruction and resourcing that instruction. So that's the first thing that I learned that reassured me. The second thing that I learned in regards to 5.1 and 5.2 generally is that perhaps it's a call to specificity. We're talking about instruction, and we're talking about resources. What are adequate resources? Do we have a common definition? What does that look like? How can we differentiate that throughout our system is something that I called, that was a wonder that I had. Another thing is, how do we evaluate robust professional development? What does evaluating professional development look like? What are the steps we need to use as adults, going back to the change in adult behavior, to really look and say and be honest with ourselves that this was indeed a connection point between what the district is giving in support to schools, in support to teachers specifically through their professional development. And are we connecting? Are we servicing? Are we providing what our teachers need in a meaningful way? What is the science we're using to quantify that? So I think there's some work around definitions and common language that could serve us well. I think there's additionally some work that we could do in terms of increasing and deepening the demographic information that we get in terms of the return on the survey that could help inform our strategy moving forward. So those are some general takeaways that I took from the responses.
I think that was a little bit of what I saw as far as the 5.3 and 5.2, particularly in what Dr. Gonzalez talked about with how we can better describe or define what adequate resources mean, because it is eye-opening in the data to see that 89% of the survey responses did say that they felt like the school had say in their budget and in their instruction. But there was a 44%, I can't remember off the top of my head, 41% that felt like they didn't have adequate resources. And I thought that that discrepancy between the budget, that they do have say in their budget, but they don't feel they have adequate resources, gives us a little bit more questions to ask as far as what do adequate resources mean? And if you feel like you have say in the budget, because we would think, do resources mean something connected to the budget, but it could mean time as a resource. So looking at how we define resources to see what that disconnect is between the budget and the resources, I think gives us a little bit to dig into for the next time.
So I just want to clarify for the public that when we talk about these percentages, the 5.3 interim is in reference to the school site having say about school budget, and that came in at 88%. But the target is for 2025 was 89%. And for 5.2, the focus was percentage of teaching staff who report that the district provides adequate school resources to support their teaching. That came in at 39%, with the annual target being 41% for 2025. So we came in under, and so, yes, that's what we're trying to query here. The high return on those surveys with regard to 5.3, which is local, site-based, which would mirror what the general tone of tonight's public comment. So, and then 5.1, I'm sorry, for the public, we were measuring percentage of teaching staff who report that the district provides high quality professional learning opportunities, and we came in at 44% there, with an annual target of 46% by the 2025 start of the year, correct? October?
Yes, so that's just for a point of clarification with 5.2 and 5.3 as well. Just a reminder that this guardrail is new. These interims are new, so this is all baseline. So we're not on or off target at this point. This was just the baseline. So we don't have, based on these baseline, we made the targets for the new interims because these are all new.
Correct. But noting the high response rate for a question that addresses school site, correct?
It's the same response rate. It's the percent of the answer.
Answering the question.
It's the same number of
the positive response to the question. Is that correct? Or did they just choose not to answer 5.1 and 5.2 surveys?
It's the answer to the question.
Correct. Yes. So there's clearly a disconnect that will be addressed. I want to pursue my personal question, which is this newly formed Office of Educational Resources. What is the evidence, at least from the budget side of things, that a new office is necessary? How do we justify that? And I'll have a follow-up.
Madam President, members of the board, Member Dominguez, Superintendent Dr. Blakey, that strategy is an important one. And I would like to note before Chief Academic Officer Jet describes that office, that it is a repurposing of an existing office. These are not new funds. These are not, it is a budget neutral repurposing and organization of an existing department to meet the evolving needs of our district. So with that context, I know that Chief Jet can give more of a detailed answer as to the scope of work for that office.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Board Member Dominguez, I appreciate Dr. Gonzalez bringing that up, because basically what we did when we formed the Office of educational resources is we thought about what are educational resources. And the existing office that transformed into the Office of Educational Resources already was managing our instructional materials, as well as our library services and our ed tech team. As we looked at the many assets that we have in our resource teachers and the teams we have that do professional learning, one thing that really stood out about the ed tech team was their training and expertise in adult learning. Now, all of our resource teachers have to varying levels of that, but a lot of our resource teachers are primarily content specialists and specialists in teaching children, whereas adult learning is different. It is far more, not that these things aren't important for students, but the differentiation and the choice are really critical, as well as the collaboration and the facilitation. Whereas I think whether it be right or wrong, we tend to be more top down with our students, right? Adults can vote with their feet, whether they're going to participate in our learning or not. And so much for a captive audience. And so we really built on the expertise that we had there. I'm grateful for the leadership in the department and Executive Director Shel Marie Harris, who could see all of those connections, and her Senior Director, Erin Jaramillo, who is just really paying attention to how everything connects across the district. And this is particularly important as we roll out the FTE that we're putting in schools to support, including teaching and learning coaches, our community school impact coordinators, and our student success systems resource teachers. We don't want to leave anything to chance when it comes to supporting these role groups and truly impacting student outcomes in our schools.
Okay, so you're bringing under one umbrella, if I'm just making sure I understood, library services, the ed tech team, and then a resource office. I missed the first.
It's library services, our instructional materials management, and then the ed tech team. Previously, ed tech did exactly what that says, ed tech. They really specialize in using technology tools in the classroom, which also give them a different level of expertise to really drive adult learning in the district. Model, talking about how we use AI ethically, responsibly as a tool to support our instruction, our teaching and learning. So we don't have necessarily an ed tech team as much as we have adult learning experts with ed tech expertise.
So no new staff or new, okay. So then, what's the evidence that you have that this reorganization is going to address our required commitment and our desired commitment to improve outcomes for our Martinez, Yazzie, targeted populations plus African Americans? How are you weaving that?
Well, right now, we don't have any evidence that it is working until we are able to see it in action. But we do have evidence that when you work in silos, the teachers get different resources that are very scattered and not aligned. And so by combining everything, teachers aren't getting one department saying, oh, here's a resource that can help you with this. Here's another resource. And they're not getting aligned resources. So what we do know is that if teachers, they don't have the time to discern between different offices of, oh, wait, you went to the wrong person for materials. You were supposed to go to ed tech instead of going to library services. By putting it all together, we are able to align the resources and the time for teachers to be able to make sure we're not having duplication and mixed messages to teachers.
Okay, so then what's the rationale that includes a commitment to the Martinez, Yazzie, targeted populations and African Americans in this model?
I think in the model in general, everything that we do specifically this year is based on the goals that are established by the board. So the fact that the board has these goals that clearly define Yazzie Martinez students and that we're being held accountable for that, I think every decision innately because of that we make in the district is based on how does this model address the goals, because it's not in anyone's best interest to make a decision that isn't aligned to the outcomes of the students that we're accountable for. So I think that inherently just why we're doing things differently in the first place is because the goals of the board, and specifically calling out that we need to do better in serving our students that are in this group of students.
Okay. I guess I'm just not seeing enough in the answers. I'm not seeing enough discussion about. I'm not assuming that that our goals are necessarily driving the decisions unless I'm seeing it in the answers. So hence the question. And okay, I'll hold my next questions.
Okay. I do have a question. Based on the October 2024 survey and the next one coming in 2025 for the teachers, and based on the communication from La Mesa and from Emerson and some of the reports that were coming in from Let's Talk with Marie Hughes schools and a couple of other schools that were talking about this shift with principals, how will that be addressed in this incoming survey? So with community response or morale or making sure that, really looking at the truth when we do these shifts. How are they really meeting the needs of our teachers? And I don't know, will that be done within this next survey?
No. So the way that these interim guardrails are measured are specific to the instructional councils, the items that are in here. We don't have like personnel decisions as a measure of the guardrail. So there wouldn't be a survey through measuring these interim guardrails that would include personnel decisions. It's not in the measure of the interim guardrails.
But would that all fall? Because to me, it's one of these things where, especially with teachers, when we're looking at keeping teachers and sustaining them and longevity, it's these shifts that I'm wondering about that are they going to hurt us in the long run? And hopefully we're planning for that, but I have a real deep concern when we're making these shifts. What will that look like in the future? Because the lack of not only listening, but the lack of really understanding that the strength of some of these principles were key in how these schools were functioning. But I'm just concerned that these shifts and changes will drastically shift some of the teachers in their own teaching, and then wanting to make the improvements they need to, but it's also one in really relating to achieving the goals. So I'm just asking, hopefully in the near future, that I know you're stating that these shifts will not be we're not addressing them. But I think with the concerns of the community, how are those going to be incorporated? Because if we're looking at community and some of our goals, I think some of these responses ask at least we address them in some way.
So the interim guardrails are connected to the specific measures of the guardrails in this sense. There are other data beyond this. This is very high level for the board so that you all don't have to go into the weeds of the day-to-day operations. The district as a whole has other data, lots of data that they use as far as the principal tools that they use, the walkthroughs that they use. There's a survey that teachers do take on principals that are used separate and apart than the monitoring of the board. So all of that happens kind of the principal supervisor tools, the principals meet with the principal supervisors meet with principals to ask about their own personal growth that they or change that they're interested in as well. So all of those like personnel issues, those all happen kind of at a different level than this. At the end of the year, the union does a survey of all principals, all assistant principals, all district supervisors, that we get that information to be able to scroll through. So those are all like different data that certainly all of these impact each other. But for the interim guardrails, it was, what are the interim guardrails we're going to measure that have the most direct impact on saying whether or not we are meeting that guardrail? Because otherwise we would have probably 1,000 different measures that we're using with something as big as a guardrail. So these are the 3 very specific, but there are also indicators that will impact. We also do a survey when a staff member leaves, that they're able to give feedback on why they left the district or a position. So we have all of that data that we use at a different level, but it's just not reported like specific to the interim guardrails.
To that same note, the community and their involvement and with their schools, is that also addressed?
Yes. Yeah, that's all addressed. And the community involvement from the schools, as well as them getting, especially if it's not all of them, but if it is a community school, there's a different level of community involvement. Those are all in different areas. Some of that you'll see in different guardrails, but those are all addressed in different areas, just not in these interim goals, guardrails.
Okay, thank you. Well,
go ahead.
Okay. Your second question, board member.
Thank you,
Jackson.
Madam Chair. Or Madam Facilitator, I'm not sure. So I want to go back to the definition of adequate resources as it relates to guardrail 5.2. The answer that came to us from our pre-questions demonstrated or defined adequate resources as being based on individual professional judgment. And so we've kind of had a discussion about it, but I want to see if there's anything else that you could elaborate on. In particular, how is the district going to ensure consistency in addressing resource concerns across schools? And also, how is it ever possible to fully meet the needs of adequacy if it's a moving target and is essentially subjective?
Thank you, Board Member Jackson. I have thought a lot about what adequate resources might mean. Since we received these results and as we've worked with them throughout the year, what we've learned is that what comes up when you ask somebody if you have adequate resources is as varied as the 6,000 teachers who work in our district. And what we've also found is that it's incredibly contextual. So for example, if we ask them during a training on a curriculum, then what they provide to us is usually related to the curriculum and the needs they have there. If we ask them on a day the Wi-Fi went down, they might say, I need reliable Wi-Fi to have adequate resources. So from that, what we've determined to answer your question about the consistency in addressing those resources is to, number one, ask. So as we are doing the things that we hope to impact teacher practice, we are constantly having an evaluation and feedback loop. And then that we are disaggregating and we are recognizing that this is a really contextual question. I think to the point of how we do that in a continuous feedback loop and also utilize our education resources office, we are then able to provide more just-in-time supports, if you will. There will be consistency in that messaging and those supports across the departments. So instead of saying, I picked up the phone and this is who I got. Like, we have a more predictable response to what the issue is. And we are going to be able to better understand in the long term just what that response needs to look like. So it's going to be able to impact our short-term responses as well as the long-term responses that we plan for and the organization and how we build the expertise in the departments.
So if I may follow up, so just to kind of like encapsulate that, it sounds as though the strategy is to Dr. Blakey's point is instead of silos of you get this, you get that, you're systematizing the resource allocation so that there's more consistency. The schools and the staff are still receiving the resources that they need from a pull versus push aspect, but you're starting at a more higher level to create a strategy, a system that those resources are available so that when they do want to pull them, they're there. Does that?
Board Member Jackson, that was a good summary, and I'll probably go back to watch the video to draw on what you just said. So thank you.
You're welcome. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Second question. Go ahead.
Do you have another question?
Okay.
Thank you so
Thank
much, Madam Facilitator. So you all sort of touched upon this in my last question, but I do want to ask it just to get a definitive answer. So I asked, were the responses disaggregated by school role or years of experience? And you did respond that no, this information was not collected, but it's an obvious next step. And so by what date do you anticipate starting to collect this information, and hopefully by school role or years of experience? And do you have a strategy around doing that?
Madam President, Member Benavides, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Blakey, yes. The next administration of the survey will be in October of 2025. We have already taken steps to ensure that we're collecting more sophisticated and diverse demographic data so that we are able to achieve that end.
Great. Yeah, I would just add, I think that was a very important lesson learned, Board Member Benavides, in terms of, for example, how many years experience does this teacher bring to their response? Like, those demographics matter. And so we're even thinking about, to the survey, yes, but also in our other feedback loops, how do we collect that information? What is the most important information to collect without having a teacher go through a whole, demographic survey? But it does help us tailor that response that we want to build and build consistently.
Great, glad to hear it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. So I'll ask this question for every one of your interims, the interim addressing high quality professional learning opportunities. 5.2, which is the district provides school resources to support their teaching. And then finally, the school site. Staff, the percentage of school instructional council members, actually it's much more specific, who report that they make site-based decisions. Looking at the data graphs, what evidence supports that your annual targets under each interim will meaningfully impact learning? Because that's ultimately what it's about, especially learning for our most vulnerable students. So I can repeat it. Looking at the data graphs, what evidence supports, or what rationale do you have that supports that your chosen annual targets under each interim will meaningfully impact learning, especially for our most vulnerable students?
Board Member Dominguez, I'll start, and then certainly others will probably add in. I feel like that's a question I ask myself every day in my role, and as particularly as we've thought about this guardrail, and specifically as I've thought about how to impact guardrail 5.1 and 5.2. We know from a variety of research sources, whether they be business or education, that adult learning is one of the strongest indicators of an organization's success. In APS, in New Mexico, we are committed to serving our Yazzie Martinez populations as well as our African American population. So it is, I heard you earlier when you said you want to hear like more of the specifics and the answers, but that is like an innate part of the role and the response, because our organizational learning has to focus on that if we're truly going to impact student outcomes. Those are the student outcomes that we have been found basically guilty of not supporting. And so we're going to change that. And so it is an inherent part of it. And I do believe that the way we're approaching this with some really intentional adult learning strategies will indeed impact teaching and learning for our most vulnerable.
I guess it's a nice way of I need to be more direct. How will a 2% goal going from 44% of teaching staff who report that the district provides high quality professional learning outcomes to a 2% hike by October? How does that 2%, what's the rationale behind a 2% hike? Because what are we talking about in terms of raw numbers?
Board Member Dominguez, I don't know the answer to the raw numbers, but I'm certain that Mr. West, I think who is behind me, could tell us that. Maybe not right now, but we can get that to you. I hear what you're saying, and thank you, Board Member Dominguez, for the clarification. We did follow the same strategy for setting our annual targets as we did with all of the interim guardrails. And so we call it well, I'm not going to get it right. Thank you. Sleep, creep, leave. We acknowledge that it's going to take a little bit of time to make the significant change. And so the targets set acknowledge that the change in adult behaviors won't happen overnight, but I understand what you're saying. I do believe that we can exceed that just through, even if we increase our, you've done some math, I can tell, even if we increase our response rate, I think we'll be able to see and get a better sense of how these strategies do indeed impact student outcomes.
Say that we've got 6,000 staff.
That's about right.
2% is 120 staff.
Times maybe 30 students, or I mean, I understand and I acknowledge. So
I mean, it's 120 more responses, right?
Yeah, and I hear what you're saying about, but I think that could be, I think that same argument could be said about a lot of growth that we have in looking at data. So, I mean, we have schools that have 0% proficiency in reading or math, or 2% proficiency.
We're talking about achievement and skills. This is a matter of just responding to a survey.
This is a response of the survey, not the so there's a double part of this that yes, we want to have, and that is what will impact the data as well. Because we didn't mandate that everybody had to fill out the data or the survey, the response rate we feel is low. If the response rate then next time in October, we get higher response, then we would have to say that that data might come in lower because that's all of the people that are taking it for the first time. We're going to have a bigger N value for the next response. So to say like, okay, we're going to grow 5% in the response of a favorable response, but we're also going to have more survey respondents wouldn't be a good data set to look at because we would be basically basing it on a different end rate of what the first response was. So because that's going to be so fluid in the amount of responses we get, we do have to give a reasonable value of what we're looking at is if we're moving up, because that rate of people responding very well will be different people that responded in this past fall.
And I hear what you're saying. I
So
think in AJ Craybill's book, I think it's page 238, or actually maybe it's in this Cascading Power or handout, where he talks about a growth baseline and the investment baseline, right? It just seems to me that the investment baseline, and I'm going to suggest, I question whether, are we challenging the district? That's what it boils down to. Are we challenging ourselves?
And I think in this one as well, it's important to note that it takes time to change a large organization. It's not going to happen in a year or in 2 years. Like, this is a change of practice and in mindset for people. So it is a slow growth. For example, the Office of Resources is only going to be implemented in August of this year. Teachers are going to be responding to this survey in October. So in 3 months, it is most probable that they're not going to see the immediate results of feeling that resources are different in 3 months, where you would see that over the course of time. That's why we have the leap as the growth over the course of time. Then teachers would feel like, hey, these resources, we do feel like now that we've used them. But to think that in 3 months in October, there would be this giant leap in what teachers have seen, I don't think would be fair to the team, because it does take time for these things to, and for teachers to start using the resources as well.
Fair enough. I'm just questioning the baseline. And I have a follow-up. How are your professional learning strategies? And this is for 5.1, high quality professional learning. How are your professional learning strategies responsive to the cultural and linguistic needs of Martinez and Yazzie students and families? Because I heard a lot about this unexpectedly, and I didn't invite it, but when I went out to celebrations at the end of the year on school campuses and spoke to teachers and families, I got an earful, and which prompted this question.
Can you repeat the question?
How are your professional learning strategies? And on 5.1, that would be page, your planned actions, pages 5 and 6. How are these learning strategies, planned actions, responsive to the cultural and linguistic needs of the Martinez and Yazzie students and families? And I should have added, and African Americans.
Thank you for that question, Board Member Dominguez. As we've mentioned, I do think that's core to the work that we're doing. And certainly one commitment that I have of several is differentiated and relevant professional development, professional learning that is specific to our Yazzie Martinez and African American students. Like, this is the core group, which we really have to learn as educators how to support. So, the practices that would emphasize our culturally and linguistically responsive instruction and equity really will take front seat, if you will, as we work with our teachers, as we develop our resources, as we curate our resources. so that this is how we do it, if you will.
How are we using existing treasures, for lack of a better word? And I wouldn't want a better word. We have treasures in the district already who have developed, and in the state, frankly.
Thank you, Board Member Dominguez. I agree, we have treasures. And they reside both in the district departments and in the classrooms. And so part of that is looking at how, for example, our language and cultural equity department, this is their area of expertise. How do we lean on their expertise as we're developing the content and the resources and really rethinking our approach to adult learning? We're gonna need that. In the same way, we're going to need the experts that we have in our special education department. They really are the ones who know how to differentiate instruction and to accommodate students in the very best way. So bringing all of that together into a coherent department of the educational resources allows us all to be beneficiaries of the expertise that the individual departments bring.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your productive conversation. And no, I'm done. I'm done. No, I'm done.
Then I do have, well, so I've already said this. Where's the urgency reflected in this projection? I guess I'll leave
That's
the discussion with that.
okay. We're in. Okay. So now we must vote on whether or not we will accept this monitoring report. As point of clarity, we are voting to accept this report as a formal acknowledgement that we had a satisfactory conversation with the superintendent and have a deeper understanding of how the current reality for students lined up with our vision for them. So in order to accept, we must answer yes to the following three questions. Does the reality of this report meet our vision of the goal?
I'm going to say no.
No. Say yes. Okay. Is there growth toward the vision?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a strategy and a plan sufficient enough to cause growth toward the vision?
Yes. Yep. No.
Okay. So if the answer we have is all three is yes, the answer to all three is yes, then the board can accept the monitoring report. But
I'm the lone dissenter, I guess.
Well, so at this point, we can move to entertain a motion to accept the report.
okay,
Did you have anything else to add as far as the facilitation?
no.
All right, great. Well, we'll go ahead and entertain a motion to accept the monitoring report. Is there a motion and a second?
I move we accept the progress monitoring report for Guardrail 5. This is Member Jackson.
And I will, Board Member Benavides.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Dr. Albright, can we have a vote, please? Roll call vote.
Rhoda Morito,
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez,
No.
Heather Benavides,
Yes.
Courtney Jackson.
Yes.
Daniel Gonzalez.
Yes. So that motion carries, and we will move on to our next agenda item, which is a presentation on restorative approaches. Thank you, Chief Academic Officer Jett. I know Dr. Gonzalez, you will stay in the hot seat. So we'll have a presentation on restorative approaches and the strategic plan initiative aligned to Goal 4. Our presenters for this, as I have, are Dr. Antonio Gonzalez, Deputy Superintendent of Leadership and Learning, Tanya Campos, Chief of Equity, and Dr. Kenneth Salazar, Associate Superintendent of School Climate and Supports. I will acknowledge that we did receive a comprehensive report and PowerPoint ahead of time, which we've all had the opportunity to review and submit questions on. So we're not going to go page by page on the PowerPoint, but we'll go ahead and open it up to additional questions and discussion from the board. So does anyone have additional discussions on the presentation related to restorative approaches and Goal 4? I'm sorry. Member Jackson, yes.
Thank you. I'm a good student, so I raise my hand. Okay, so I have two questions, but I'm going to start with it potentially will get answered. So I am looking at page 13, which is the overall update slide. And I'll start off by saying that the restorative practices, I honestly think that this is something that schools have always done, teachers have always done. It's just now it's just something that's branded, right? We've always wanted to make sure that our students are in a caring, safe environment. And I think it's just a natural reflection. But one thing that I routinely hear is that in the effort to focus on the culture building that we are working on, which I think is important, we have lost the will to administer meaningful consequences. Okay. And on page 13, the sentence begins, with, when they make bad decisions, we want them to know that they are still loved and worthy. But what seems to be missing is that there are consequences to your actions. So can you expand on how you will marry restorative practices with meaningful consequences within the student handbook?
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Blakey. I'm honored and excited to talk to you about this amazing initiative that we have going on. And Board Member Jackson, you are correct. This is something that has been in the district even prior to our COVID pandemic. But what we're looking at is really looking at restorative approaches to being more about building a culture of care. There's a mindset that restorative approaches is the after something happens. What we are really looking at is what is the proactive piece, and really looking at the need that our student data is telling us. So to get to your question, the frame of restorative approaches asks, what do students need to learn from this, rather than how do we punish this? So I think that's the balance and the language that we have to look at with the training about how do we look at the traditional approach of discipline, which right now, when we look at our student handbook, there's a lot of the traditional approaches, to really looking at building that culture of care, to looking at what are proactive measures so that we can be a little bit more understanding of what are the relationships between our kiddos and our students, either with themselves or with teachers and adults. So for example, when we looked at the data is very specific to certain questions. So during our progress monitoring, you get the overall self-regulation. What I've given you is specific questions that are associated with this initiative. So for example, the ones that I want to just share is the 33% of students that feel connected to an adult. That is alarming that we are looking at it as a district that shows that 67% of our kids do not feel connected to an adult on campus. We know that it just takes one adult to change a life. And so that's where it's like, okay, so that is an area that we need to look into. Another one is the question, can you stay calm while being bothered? Less than 50% of our kiddos favorably said yes, they could do that. That also looks into what self-regulation aspects we can look at with supporting students and also teachers with looking at that. And then also looking at self-efficacy, being able to have the confidence to do the work, the hardest work. That's about 40% of our students said that as well. What we also were looking at is the open responses. And there's three that I kind of want to share to kind of connect to the question that you asked about how are we making sure that there's adequate consequences. Three that I want to share is treat us like humans, not problems. Help me without rushing me. Be fair to everyone, not just certain kids. So when we look at the question about marrying the consequences, we want to make sure that we look at these opportunities as teachable moments and that they are equitable across the board. And that there is a connection with adults that students are doing when they are exhibiting behavior and or getting to the threshold point of not being able to self-regulate themselves.
So, sorry, Madam President, may I follow up?
You may follow up.
Okay, so if I can encapsulate, just so I make sure I understand. It sounds like the bulk of the work that you're doing to build culture within the school is the proactive piece, the culture of care, and taking a strategy to make sure that it's much more than 33% of our students who feel like they're connected to an adult, right? Okay, and so and I'm thinking in a pie chart, right? The pie chart of the work for all of this is 80% of the work is the proactive side. And that maybe 20% is the consequential side. And so what you feel strongly is that if we can get the proactive part, if we can create connections, if we can let our kids know that how much you do matters to others at schools, all of these questions, which, as an aside, the responses, some of the direct responses that came in were a little shocking and heartbreaking, right? And so I think there's a good recognition that there is a culture of care that needs to be addressed. So it sounds like the way that you're marrying it is to put in the work beforehand so that the consequence side is lessened.
Correct. And I will also add that the training that these early adopters have taken, that is the bulk of the tier 1 approach but they do also train in tier 2 and tier 3, which that's where we look at the marrying of consequences versus punishment. And the approach is having restorative conversations of harm, having reintegration opportunities. So when there is something that happens, there's a learning. So rather than just sending you home, we are actually now being really proactive and involving multiple stakeholders so when you come back or when the student is back in the classroom, there is a repair of harm. So that is that 20%. So there is still this opportunity. So it's more of it's rather than just a suspension, you're out. Students really have to think about what they've done. And we're training our staffs to really support that restorative circle approach as well as the reintegration process.
Oh, I think it's great. I mean, it's adding a level of accountability, right, for actions, which is exactly what consequences are meant to invite, right? And so if you're starting the accountability early, essentially, with these discussions, and then if need be, getting to the other 20%. So I have another question, but I'll see if anybody.
Does anyone else have other questions? I do. We'll do Member Benavides.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this presentation, for being here this evening, Dr. Salazar, Dr. Gonzalez. I thoroughly enjoyed reading it. I'm glad this is happening. There's a lot of data provided, and I do agree with Board Member Jackson that some of it is heartbreaking. But what I don't agree with is that this has been going on in schools, and that's just being branded. I think that maybe piecemeal has been done by different teachers, counselors, administrators, but I'm glad that it's being done in an intentional way now, because obviously we all know it's needed. So could you give us a hypothetical situation where, say, a student is caught bullying another student and we're past the allegation stage, we know it's happened? What would be the consequences before restorative approaches is implemented and after?
Thank you, Board Member Benavides. So I'm looking at, so one of the tier 2 approaches for that example, they actually do some practical trainings with that 4-day intensive training. Part of it is having restorative conversations. And so they have trained individuals at the school that work with students individually and the students' families on an individual basis. And the main component for this to work is students have to be willing to participate. And it is important to know that we cannot force a student to participate. So if they don't want to communicate, and we don't force them. And so they do talk about what happens if that is the scenario. But that is where we look at it as an individual, and they talk about what is called the restorative conference. And so they prep the student, they prep the families and saying, this is what happens when we're going to meet with the other individuals and their families. They also have advocates for students. So it's not just for both parties. And they have a restorative conference, and that is something that is that tier 2, tier 3 approach. So if harm was done, it's a learning opportunity, and they walk us through with an example that they share. And so that would be one of the examples of that restorative conference, where everyone's involved, everyone has a say. They set the norms ahead of time, so that way when they go in, it's not a bashing or a complaint. It's really focused on what is moving forward now. That's the process.
Thank you.
Great. Member Dominguez.
So this hypothetical that you just presented, how many schools are trained or have been trained, have an established process such as the one that you just described?
Thank you, Board Member Dominguez. That would be the 8 early adopters.
And when did they happen? The 8 early adopters, was that this year?
Correct. They attended training in the early spring and late spring. Because it's a 4-day conference, it's really difficult because the principals are involved in these as well, and the administration. So it's really hard to pull for 4 days straight. So we did 2 days, 2 days. We are actually having another training in July, which will be a 4-day training for all district staff. So we're going to have even more. Right now, the 8 early adopters sent a team of 5, because we want this to be a team approach, not an individual approach. And we want this to be school-wide, not just in certain classrooms. And so the team is there and learning with this situation. And their role is now, part of this is to develop a plan of how we're going to roll this out. Majority of the focus for the plan is tier 1, really looking at tier 1, building relationships, student to student, student to staff, staff to staff, staff to community. So that's the approach that they take. And then they look at to see, okay, now who needs to be trained to lead some of these restorative conferences with those tier 2 and tier 3. That is what we are monitoring for next year for these early adopters.
And remind me what the tier 2 and tier 3 are.
Minor and major behaviors, incidents.
I see. And so we're starting with 8. And when you're going to scale up, what are we talking about? Because we've been down this road before. We've tried rolling out restorative approaches, and it was a mess. So, and it wasn't that long ago. So yeah.
I'm smiling because I recently was interviewed with a news station, and they had that same thing. Like, this has been gone before. What we have now is we have a lot of team members a part of this process. We have an actual task force in collaboration with our Albuquerque Teacher Federation and multiple departments. Our amazing Chief of Equity, who has joined us virtually, has been a major partner into this work, because a lot of the conversations that we had with our previous Guardrail 5, the Ozzie and Martinez student groups, we want to make sure that we have those student voices as a part of this plan, because even though this is a change in adult behavior, we really also want to encourage those student groups that you saw in the presentation. And if Chief Equity Tanya Campos wants to talk a little bit more about what we're doing with our BSU groups, our Native American groups, that vision to inform these processes, because even though we do have the trainings, we do know that we want to get student voice included in what we are doing. So I don't know, Chief Tanya Campos.
She came off. Ms. Campos, it looks like you've come off mute. If you're speaking, we can't yet hear you. Did you want to contribute? You've gone back onto mute. Now you're back off mute. Now you're back on mute.
Well, if you,
So
yeah, I could talk, yeah, but so we are working in collaboration with her department as well as counseling, special education, multiple expertise that we have in the rooms. And that is a part of it.
I think another thing to add to what Dr. Salazar is saying that makes it different is a couple of things, but the major one being that it's part of the strategic plan. So it's not like a project in an isolated department that is being done that doesn't have like the traction to a bigger picture. So everything that we do in the district is connected to achieving the goals. And so this is a major initiative in the strategic plan, which is why it's being presented tonight. And that hasn't been done before, to make it a part of how we're creating systems to be able to address the goals in a very comprehensive way. So this being one of the main elements in the strategic plan and us monitoring it, Dr. Salazar also presented this to our project management oversight committee, which includes school principals. So it is part of a bigger system rather than it just being an isolated, hey, who wants to do this? The second thing is that in the past, I believe the district tried to work on restorative approaches at the end instead of the beginning. And so it was seen as like, oh, instead of suspension, do this, or instead, and that's the end part. That's what Dr. Salazar is talking about. This is the 20%. How do you work on it at the beginning so that you see that if students are saying that they don't feel a sense of belonging in school, we have to address that first. Otherwise, it becomes the student who's walking out of class and getting written up and then getting suspended for not going to school, which is just like a cycle, right? But if we're able to see it now, like how do we build these schools and address these issues that we're seeing where kids are calling out for help, essentially, that they don't feel a sense of belonging, they don't feel connected to something before we get to where we used to try to address it at the end instead of at the beginning.
So you say that you're looking for student voice. I have some students, ELL, who are also part of English language learners, who are also part of the BSU, who have some stories, but they're activists and they're frustrated because they don't feel like they were ready to move. And they're at a community school. I would love to connect them and give them hope that adults aren't just talking. And if their solution isn't in line, then they need to be, we need a restorative conversation about how their solution, they can be part of a different kind of solution. So I look forward to someone reaching out to me so I can connect you to these brilliant and, oh, actually, you were there, and we won't name the school, but yeah.
Board Member Dominguez, I would, Tanya Couple, did you text me that you are able to speak? Because so what's really awesome is that what you discussed is we do also in working with Tanya's workshop. Sorry, just trying to see what I'm technical difficulties, even in other locations. So we are also having a plan to reach out to student groups very specifically, and we also are looking to partner with someone to able to do that, and that will address exactly what you're discussing.
So from a systems standpoint, it would be helpful, and it's like I'm communicating with former board member Lorenzo Garcia, who was a powerful advocate for the kids who were always in trouble. And so it'd be helpful to have a baseline understanding of where we stand with discipline referrals, the different tiers, the different behaviors, and I refer to them. I resist using violent behavior. So that's what it is, but to me, it's more of a crisis,
Communication.
an extreme crisis behavior that we've ignored over and over and over again. So who gets punished? Who gets pushed out? And that will segue into your experience. What are the demographics of the children in crisis? Yeah, it'd be helpful to have that as a baseline so that we can see going forward how this program that's intended to catch kids at the beginning to avoid these consequences, whether or not we see a difference. And thank you for your work.
We had the unique experience today to go to the graduation at Gordon Bernal, the MDC, the Metropolitan Detention Center. And they had at the 15 graduates, and then tomorrow they'll have they would have had 25, but 10 of them went on to the next program that they will graduate tomorrow. I really truly think that should be one group that you should hear from, because their responses in how they came to this day of graduating. They had 13 adult graduates and then 5 high school graduates. And there was one gentleman there that just, because they all got to speak and state what brought them to this point. One was the teachers that they had that were supporting them and that were there for them. They even went into some of the guards they were really grateful for. And they also stated they liked the small school setting. They were getting the supports they needed that they never had before within the outside of the community and public schools. They also stated that teachers were teaching. They didn't have technology. They can't have phones. They can't have any of those things. They were grateful for that. They were also grateful that everyone around there was supporting them and gave them a vision that they could graduate and do this. There was one gentleman who stood up and he said, "Thank you for hope." Because he said, "I've not seen it all my life, but I had to see it being incarcerated by graduating today, that there's hope." Many kids are looking for hope. And I hope as we do this restorative approach, we really take those conversations also on how those kids got there and what can we do better to support them. Because I often think those voices are not heard. And as they were graduating today, they even got to see their families, which is never done. They got to even have lunch with them, and they saw those families celebrating with them. And it was just a unique experience for me. But I was also glad to see a young man who was Navajo and Hopi. And we exchanged our clans and we talked about community, and he was just really grateful. So don't forget those voices. And remember, because I'm pretty sure they could tell you a lot and why they are where they are and what supports they currently are getting that got them to graduate. That's all I need to say.
Great, thank you. I think there were some additional follow-up questions, so we'll go back through. Does anyone have additional questions?
Mine was a tactical question, so I will send it in afterwards.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right, well, thank you to our presenters for both the presentation, the discussion, but most importantly, the work. All right, with that, we will move on to our next agenda item, which is a discussion of professional services agreement regarding governance training and support. So I just want to acknowledge here that based on feedback and questions from board members as well as the community, we made the decision to issue a request for proposals for coaching to support the implementation of our student outcomes focused governance. So in addition to improving confidence in contractor selection, having an open and competitive process with clear evaluation criteria sets expectations, ensures high quality RFP responses, and delivers fairness and transparency to the process. This is the same process that the board has used in the past to select contractors. For example, the superintendent search firm or the firm that developed the APS strategic plan. So during this agenda item, we are going to discuss the scope of work, or specifically what is the unmet need that we are trying to meet with these consultants. We're going to discuss the values that should inform the process. We'll discuss the timeline, and finally, evaluation criteria, which I shared before, again, are standards that will guide the scoring of contractor proposals and remove any subjectivity from the process. I'd like to acknowledge also that we are not going to speak or talk about specific current, past, or potential vendors. This is an open and competitive process, so we're not going to critique or praise any particular vendor during this conversation. And certainly there have been some misconceptions about student outcomes focused governance, about coaching, about the Council of Great City Schools. And so I want to rewind a bit and start with some context and some definitions. So I'm going to begin by reading directly from our adopted governance manual, which says, in 2022, the Albuquerque Public Schools Board of Education shifted its governance structure to prioritize and focus on student outcomes. The student outcomes focused governance framework, developed and facilitated by leadership from the Council of the Great City Schools, centers the APS Board of Education's work on the community's vision and values in support of what students should know and be able to do. So that is the definition that we have integrated by vote into our governance manual. This work has continued since 2022 through various stages of implementation. And in fact, most recently, just at our very last meeting at the May 7th, 2025 board meeting, the board voted unanimously to approve the community engagement plan and also voted unanimously to approve the progress monitoring calendar. As part of this board adopting the student outcomes focused framework and adopting our governance manual, also approved by board vote, we have adopted or begun to use several terms and concepts. So I also want to level set on those terms. So bear with me as I go through these definitions. I'm going to start with effective governance. All governance activities, planning, decision-making, oversight, and leadership are intentionally designed to improve educational results for students with a strong emphasis on transparency, accountability, and continuous improvement. The next term, community engagement. The intentional and ongoing collaboration between the school board and the broader public, including students, families, educators, and local stakeholders to shape educational goals and policies. Now, in the context of SOFG, community engagement also ensures that board goals and values reflect community aspirations for students. It includes listening sessions, surveys, forums, and partnerships that center student success and build trust. Effective community engagement also allows the board to align its work with public values and needs, particularly those of historically underserved populations. The next term is progress monitoring. The regular and systematic review of student performance data to determine whether the district is making progress towards its board adopted goals. In the context of the framework that we've adopted, SOFG, this also means that the board reviews specific metrics tied to student outcomes at scheduled intervals. It means that monitoring is limited to a few clear goals and includes disaggregated data to track equity. This practice helps the board stay focused on results, adjust supports as needed, and hold itself accountable for student success. The next term is governance team, which is the school board members and the superintendent working together to lead the district. In the context of SOFG, the framework we've adopted, the team collaborates to set vision, adopt student outcome goals, and monitor progress. It functions with clear roles. The board governs, the superintendent manages. A strong governance team models coherence, professionalism, and focuses its time and energy on improving student outcomes rather than adult inputs or politics. The next term is board work, which encompasses the responsibilities and actions of the school board that are directly aligned with setting and monitoring student outcomes goals, reflecting the community's vision and values. Key responsibilities for board work are setting student outcome in the context of SOFG, setting student outcome goals, clear measurable goals that define the desired academic achievement for students, establishing guardrails, which are constraints to ensure that the superintendent's methods align with community values and do not violate established boundaries, monitoring progress, regularly reviewing data and reports, as we just did for Guardrail 5, to assess progress for the established goals and ensure accountability. And finally, community engagement, which is, again, engaging with stakeholders to gather input and maintain transparency regarding the district's direction and performance. According to Student Outcomes Focused Governance, by focusing the board's work on these areas, the board ensures that its work remains centered on student outcomes rather than operational details. So that brings us to superintendent work, which is defined as the operational and managerial duties carried out by the superintendent to achieve the student outcome goals set by the board. Key responsibilities for superintendent work under this framework are implementing strategies, developing and executing plans, programs, and initiatives aimed at meeting the board's student outcome goals, managing operations, including overseeing the daily functions of the school district, including staffing, budgeting, and curriculum development, reporting progress, providing the board with regular updates and data on the district's performance relative to the established goals, and finally, ensuring compliance, which is operating within the guardrails set by the board and the community, ensuring that all actions align with the community values and legal requirements. So in essence, the superintendent's role is to translate the board's vision into actionable plans and to manage the district's resources effectively to achieve desired student outcomes. So these are the terms and the concepts that we have adopted as part of our governance manual, as part of our governance framework, and as part of the student outcomes focused model. As additional context, the APS board also has a budget for professional development, which includes roughly $30,000, $29,160 for professional development. This fiscal year and in the last two or three since we've adopted SOFG, this budget has been divided evenly between the 7 board members at $4,000 per member, totaling $28,000, with the remaining $1,600 being available for board services staff for professional development. We also used public meeting time to discuss our individual professional development plans for board members during the December 4th meeting. This was agenda item 7.1 in that meeting. Each member had the opportunity to reflect on their individual growth goals, on state requirements for board member professional development, on shared coaching and training services, and how best to utilize our professional development funds to meet those needs. If there are other learning needs besides student outcomes focused implementation, we do have that budget to address those learning needs. Again, that was in December of 2024 that we addressed and discussed each of our own individual professional development needs. So I'm going to keep backing up. Prior to that, throughout September and October of 2024, we utilized consultants to gather board feedback from individual interviews with each board member. These interviews were conducted with all board members and led to a proposal for how our coaching team could support the needs that were identified during that process. This summary, along with the implementation timeline, was presented to the board for discussion and approval in our November 20th, 2024 meeting. Again, it was unanimously approved by this board. I want to acknowledge that this timeline for implementation of student outcomes focused governance on November 20th was moved for acceptance by member Jackson and seconded by member Dominguez. And again, a unanimous approval to implement that student outcomes focused governance timeline. So to back up even further, in June of 2024, we also voted to approve community engagement goals for the board. So the first goal focused on increasing student engagement at community events with updated and also emphasizing beyond just regular typical outreach events. The second goal aimed at engaging students and families from the groups identified in APS goals 1 and 2, which we've discussed are those students and families identified in Martinez and Yazzie groups, along with African-American students. And the third goal that we set for ourselves requires each board member to participate in at least 4 outreach events per year, starting in 2024 and ending in 2026. So this effort to establish community engagement goals was to be transparent, to be clear, and also to hold ourselves accountable to meeting these specific goals. I want to acknowledge that no board had ever done this before, and this was not happening before we adopted student outcomes focused governance. So now we are tracking progress against these goals, how we are engaging these specific communities. So given all of this implementation work, there was feedback from a few board members during the interview process that the pace was just too much, too fast. So when we approved that new implementation plan and timeline, again, as I stated on November 20th, it was also extended in time and modified to align with board priorities related to new priorities that surfaced in those interviews, which included onboarding new members, community training on effective governance, implementation of community engagement phases 3 and 4. So the contract was extended to account for this new scope of work that board members surfaced in those one-on-one conversations. And the contract was also extended to avoid fees for non-completion of that scope of work. That current contract that we were under is going to end on June 30th. So recognizing again that we have unmet work and unmet goals as it relates to SOFG implementation, recognizing that there have been concerns about the pace, there have been concerns about responsiveness, we moved to extend that contract again into 2026 with a new implementation timeline to extend the work out again. Some members expressed concern that they didn't want the contract approved without discussion. So we again responded to that, slowed down the work, and offered one-on-one opportunities for members to provide feedback on the implementation plan, as well as one-on-one conversations with myself and our attorneys to provide feedback on the contract. We moved the agenda item to a discussion and a vote to ensure that there was discussion and vote publicly about that contract. Now, again, there were concerns and questions expressed that some at that point did not want governance support delivered by this one specific vendor. So we accepted that feedback and opened it up to competition. All of it being transparent, all of it being responsive to the feedback that we received. So before we get into developing the scope of the work, the last point I want to make is that participating in coaching support is not a requirement of our role as board members. You don't have to meet with the coaches. You don't have to change your behavior. You don't have to do anything. But if a majority of the board has adopted a governance model, has adopted aligned policies, and members want coaching on that implementation model, then we as individuals should support that common goal and need. So that's how we got to where we are today. We're going to dig into the scope of work for what we want as we implement student outcomes focused governance. So I'd like to ask each member, and I'll go down the row, to please think about what is the unmet need that you as an individual board member have when it comes to support on implementation of our governance model. I also want to clarify that the contract is to support the governance team in implementing student outcomes focused governance. So I'll also be asking you, Dr. Blakey, about unmet needs as being part of the governance team. So this is not to discuss additional coaching. It's not to discuss additional training needs. It's not to discuss additional board professional development or skill development. It is specifically to discuss coaching related to implementation of student outcomes focused governance. Before we get into the scope of work, I want to level set on some constraints that we have in policy that are also going to inform our work. So we already adopted goals and guardrails, a governance manual, a progress monitoring calendar, a community engagement plan, and goals for community engagement, board member guardrails, and a superintendent evaluation process grounded in student outcomes focused governance. So none of that stuff is going anywhere. All of that has been adopted in policy. And I want to assure the APS community that we are sticking with student outcomes focused governance, sticking with the goals, and sticking with all of those other components. We have also adopted a board policy for A that expresses our governance commitment in our governance manual. So this allows us to focus on, it states that it allows us to focus on and evaluate the most important student outcome issues while delegating administrative and management authority to the superintendent. So that is our governance commitment that we have adopted by board vote. We've also adopted a policy for B on board accountability that states that the board will monitor its process and performance by regularly conducting formative self-evaluations along with an annual summative self-evaluation using a research-based self-evaluation instrument. So again, that's in policy, that's not going anywhere. Policy 4D6, we've also adopted, which reads that board members will not provide constituent services that belong to the administration and will instead relay those requests to the superintendent or board services in policy. Also, policy 4E5 that reads that all newly elected or appointed board members will attend mandatory onboarding sessions on student outcomes focused governance. We have multiple policies that we've adopted, 4C2, 4H4, and 4F, that indicate the board will track the amount of time in public meetings spent tracking student outcomes. We have policy 4C5 that indicates that we'll track board member use of staff time dedicated to staff support. Dedicated to board support. So those are some of the constraints that we have because of policies that we have already adopted that we are not going to change or violate. A couple of other constraints that I want to acknowledge as we have this discussion is that there is an election coming up. And we may have up to 4 new board members. So the 3 members who are not up for election are also in their first term. So we also have board members who are still learning our effective governance model and probably not well positioned to train the new members when they come on board. So we will have potentially new board members on training. We have a lot of board members coming on board, and we have a lot of policy constraints. So that's the framework for our conversation. I would like for us to, as much as possible, please focus on solutions, not just complaining or not the past. So I shared all of that to give you ample opportunity to think about your unmet need and as it relates to SOFG implementation. So again, an encouragement to please use I statements as you talk about your unmet need. It is entirely okay to +1 on someone else's statement, but making sure that we're using I statements when we talk about what we need or what I need in order to more effectively serve as a board member implementing student outcomes focused governance. So we'll go ahead and just start at the end of the line and go through, and I will keep track. So we'll start with member Tom Morito. What is the unmet need that you would like to meet as it comes to SOFG implementation?
Well, first and foremost, I know you don't want us to go into the history, but I am one who did not use coaching. And the reason for that is, first and foremost, I've found that many of the coaches did not know how to not only address Indian education issues and Native American issues. I've found that those questions were never answered. My second area of concern was they didn't coach. And there was a big problem with that, with numerous coaches that were brought forth. The third thing is that I never felt like I belonged with any of the coaching staff. I thought in the beginning that I was told to put up with the work or get out. There were harsh statements that were represented within not only AJ, but also in some of the coaches. The other issue is I find that we need to address our children of color. And my biggest piece in all of this were the 2 communities that I supported that SOFG was not willing to even address the needs. Again, that's with the Native American students and our children with disabilities. I found that those conversations didn't go anywhere. So I felt as a board member, I really didn't need to work with them, because they weren't providing me one. And when we talk about the onboarding, which we never had, the only thing I recall in one training was learning how to do tactical and strategic questions, and then that was it. And I hope in the future that we have more culturally relevant coaches and that our community is vast. And I didn't appreciate, and yes, whether we want to call it a corporate model, we were also lacking the ability and the empathy to really humanize our students. And I hope as we do the RFP that we really find someone who's going to address the needs of our particular students, our communities. And really, and especially when we're looking at Martinez and Yazzie, I think those subgroups are vital. The special education, the ELL, the low economically disadvantaged, and our Native American groups. I have found working with SOFG, there was a means to try and address the Native American issues, and we thought we were moving in that right direction when we did get a coach that was hearing the needs of our children with disabilities, and also the Indian education regs and federal regs. We thought that was going really well. Then all of a sudden she was pulled out. And then there was nothing left for us to even work with, and that's oftentimes how I found SOFG. It was, they come in and the council, they would come in direct, do what was needed. Then they would pull out and there was no resolve. And we were left I was left on my I statements. I was left trying to figure out, as a board member, I wasn't getting the onboarding. I wasn't getting my questions answered. And I just found that, and currently right now, they don't talk to me. And maybe that's my choice for my reactions and how I've reacted. But there is it's just there. So that was my sole reason for not coaching. But I have often felt that with SOFG, and I hope that as we move forward, that we strongly address the communities right now. And like I said today, going to the detention center was just like, I'm trying to understand what we're really doing when I see students whose needs were not being met when they were in public school. And we're failing. So we need coaches to understand, how do we pull ourselves up to a place that we're meeting these children's needs instead of pushing them away. And that's the other sad side of it when I see kids with disabilities just used as poster children. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Dominguez.
So I'm going to raise a point of order. And it's when you say that based on feedback and questions from board members, we have made the decision to issue a request for proposals for coaching. The we has to reference either a majority vote on the board, and this can only happen in public, or it has to be by consensus, and even that has to be a public discussion. And so I find that this decision to remove the contract from the agenda, to have this RFP process, which I don't disagree with, but as a point of order, we have violated Open Meetings Act. And we have also or have violated our very own governance manual. And it's difficult for me to ignore that. So I'm reflective. We had a contract, and I also want to address all the lists that you read off, lots of things. It's hard for me to focus on what you're saying, because I wish we had had your terms and your recap, because it's a word salad. Otherwise, I tune out. But what I did catch was that you referenced that in early 2024, And throughout the year, we made decisions that we unanimously made decisions. But I want to point out that who I was at the early part of a year ago, January, is not who I am now, because I've had time to reflect on conversations we've had in this board, events that have, and thought partners. Thank you to my thought partners in District 6. I've learned so much by doing a deep dive with you on contracts, more than I ever thought I would want to know, but important. And all that is to say, since you referenced the elections, you are not born a board member. You walk into a hefty job for anybody thinking of running. And it's taken me this long. I'm at 3 years and 6 months, and I finally feel like I'm standing on solid ground. I've learned so much. And so I do want to clarify that this clarity that I have now has changed my mind about that timeline. I do not interpret the extension of that timeline to be directly tied to a contract with SOFG, or I don't want to use SOFG. I want to be clear. It's the council. We are all on board about our goals and our guardrails. It has taken this district. I've been in relationship with this district for 38 years, and it's taken that long to get these kiddos as our focus. I'm not giving that up. What I'm referencing is a contract with a vendor who we did not have a discussion ever. We never, as we did with the first contract, we never voted on that second contract. And I don't know who set up Dr. Blakey as acting superintendent to sign that contract, but it was a violation again of Open Meetings Act and a violation of our governance manual. And if we talk about violations a lot, please understand that this is a new model. We're going to trip. But, we got to get up and learn from that. All that is to say, I need to reflect. And this is what I need to reflect on. I was promised in early February, you assured me that we were going to discuss the contract by April 16th. That never happened. It was, I think it was reassigned to a May date. Didn't happen. It was reassigned to today. Didn't happen. And this is why it's important that we have the discussion. In addition to improving confidence in contractor selection, having an open and competitive process with clear evaluation criteria, sets expectations, ensures high quality RFP responses, etc. Wrong, not necessarily. Just because we have an RFP process, I think we can cook the numbers on that, cook the definitions, but I think it's the right way to go, provided that it is an open invitation to many vendors. Yes, I'm happy to offer some to invite, but it must be open. We might get surprised by what comes in. But I want to go back to the fact that we need to reflect on the previous contract and process, because process matters. What did we get wrong in that process of working with the previous vendor? What did we get right? What challenges did we face and how were they resolved? And we faced lots of challenges. And I would argue that our vendor failed us in many respects. And I will add, yes, it's a we, not just you alone. I take issue with a vendor who coaches me, who tells me that tribal consultation has nothing to do with student outcomes. That kind of vendor does not understand the Indian Education Act at the federal or the state level. And that vendor was with us, guiding us the entire year. What did we get? We need to evaluate the services we received from the previous vendor. And through that process, I think we're going to have a clearer understanding of what we need in the next vendor. Without that conversation in public, we do the public a disservice and we do ourselves a disservice. And so I have some, once again, publicly, I'm asking that we put an evaluation, a reflection of the previous vendor, the Council of Great City Schools, on the agenda so that we can figure out what we got right, what we got wrong, what were the challenges, where are we at this point, what are our needs, our unmet needs, how much of this can we do? Because I do want to say, even though it's brand new, we've been working at this, and I would disagree that I think my two colleagues here, based on their one-year experience, have something to offer in onboarding. I think that conversation is important before we move forward with an RFP. I'm not saying we can't have a discussion, and I'm happy to give you a list of what I need from the vendor, next vendor. But I don't want to lose sight of this reflection piece. So may I please be assured, and may we please come up with a date that we can have that conversation on the dais.
We can certainly have a conversation as to whether there's board agreement that that's a conversation we want to have. So I've noted that here and we can go there. You said you do have a list of your unmet needs that you'd like to share. So since that's the agenda item that we have posted and that we're discussing, can you just share those unmet needs so I can capture them?
We need an intentional framework. And by intentional, I need to reach out. I need a thought partner on how I'm going to reach my Native American families in my district and across the city. I need help reaching the Black community and Black organizations that are recognized by their Black community as being advocates. I also need to feel comfortable reaching out to, I have a connection with organizations that work with children, young adults in foster care, with the LGBTQ plus community, and our unhoused population, which falls under Title I. I think we could improve that. And if I seem hesitant, it's because I have not gotten the disaggregated data that I need to be able to understand, to work with the district on where are those pockets, those children and those families that need the most support to get our reading scores up, our math scores up, to improve that sense of belonging. we need to delve deeper into the data for that. And we need that data so that we can help you in that endeavor. Our success is going to be your success. It's going to be our one employee's success, and we want that. We need to mend. I need to mend. I feel a responsibility for mending the rifts in the community. It's not that I don't encounter pushback, and I appreciate the pushback, but I want to assure everyone here that I have always made the case for student outcomes and why we need to stick with it. Even when my community was saying, damn it, get rid of that thing. It's hurting us. It's anti-democratic. I was happy to explain why we were doing this work because I believe in it. And I think I convinced those community voices who were ready to just jettison this whole thing. So I need help with that. And that's going to borrow Dr. Salazar's language. We have done harm, and we have to own that harm. And I'm happy to walk with everyone who wants to join me to address it. We're not going to go forward without it. I want those outspoken parents, those angry as all get out parents, I want them on our side. We can't afford to keep them on the other side. It's exhausting. So let's see. I would love to have a coach that has gone through a training on the ethics for coaches. There is such a council for ethics on coaching. I need a professional services agreement that addresses the board and the superintendent in any contract as the governance team, as you pointed out. And I need this, an understanding that all our work is discussed in public by both entities. Coaches are not allowed to reach out to us individually and have conversations about public business in private. The governance team I need the governance team to be required to report or require a report from the organization that we contract with. I need an itemized list of activities and costs associated with those activities. And I've got this written down, so I'm happy to give it to you. Who was involved? What was the expense? And the cost billed to the district. And that can then in turn serve as an evaluation piece. I need this next contract to be more in line with standard practice, itemizing, and then evaluation based on that. And any termination of contract must read without cause. We are not on the hook based on a timeline that gets extended that benefits the vendor. That's just crazy. We can end our contract with a vendor at any point without cause. The contract must explicitly involve both the superintendent and the full board as owners of any project. Our timeline as written puts the board president in charge of the project. That's crazy. All of us need to have a consensus meeting whatever project or whatever purpose we're supposed to accomplish. And this is important because, to quote the thought partner, a retired Sandia Labs executive who dabbled in lots of contracts, at least for the perception among parties and the public, the agreement on any such contractual changes, extensions, et cetera, should be done in an open board meeting by the full board and superintendent. And it's important, again, for perception. It's important to be in consensus. I need that. Asking board members to submit questions to one board member regarding board business, again, we cannot have coaches who are promoting that. And 3 concerns worth noting. Well, I've already noted them. First, 2024-25, that contract with the council is really not in effect. We've been team players, but we never voted on that. Also, because the 2024-25 contract dictated the work of the governance team all year without properly written and standard contract language and without full board public discussion and consent, its legality, in my mind, stands in question. And so I never want to be in this situation again. And finally, using our internal at-a-glance communication, where you provide a report of your happenings, and that was at my request, I think. I wanted to know what meetings our board president was attending and what was said. But using at-a-glance to discuss agenda items lends itself to OMA violations. And so we must find a way to post all board business on the APS site, including at a glance, if that's what occurs again. I'm asking that our webmaster create another button under the tab board, label that button at a glance and post reports there. And frankly, post reports of any kind happening on the policy committee end or anything that impacts our community. And it's my effort. I want to build transparency and trust. That is my utmost concern right now. I don't want to get mired in this discussion because I want to get to the targeted populations, the tribal communities. Traveling to Window Rock is fun, but I have to go intentionally and it takes time. And I'm happy to invest in that time, but I can't do that and put out fires here. Thank you for listening.
Great. Thank you, Member Benavides.
Thank you, President Gonzalez. I want to acknowledge that the rules have been set, that we're supposed to focus on the past in this discussion. I also want to thank you for that fantastic history lesson you gave us. I want to acknowledge that I might be the only board member who did not receive any of that information ahead of time, but I consulted with board member Dominguez, and I don't think she did. I would like to read very quickly what we were presented with about this discussion, just so that there can be no question as to the difference in what President Gonzalez has just said to us and what we were presented with. The Board of Education will discuss engaging external professional support to deepen its work within the student outcomes focused governance model it implemented several years ago. As part of this model, the board adopted five-year goals that reflect the community's vision for students, along with guardrails that represent its values. The board monitors each goal quarterly and each guardrail annually, guided by a progress monitoring calendar that was approved earlier this year. The support under consideration would provide coaching and other professional services to the governing team, both the board and superintendent, and as needed to district staff. That's somewhat similar, but very, very short, very condensed. And my immediate unmet need is not being provided the information I need ahead of time to be able to answer questions about what we need as a board when it comes to coaches. I feel like what you provided was done to kind of paint the board in a negative light, to say you all have agreed to all of this. Now, why aren't we moving forward on the same path? And that may not be correct, but that is how I feel about what's been stated. And I don't like being caught off guard. So as I stated, my immediate unmet need is not being provided all of the information about what the discussion item is to be able to answer each point. And that wouldn't happen in a court of law. It should not happen here. So I hope that we can amend that and fix that.
Do you want to add any unmet needs that you have as it relates to your ability to implement student outcomes focused governance and what coaching you'd be interested in?
I would like more time to answer that question because I did not know that that was going to be posed to us, honestly. Off the top of my head, though, I can say that I would like a coach that is not going to pit board members against each other. That's going to foster cohesion. Board member Dominguez talks about, correcting rifts in the community. And I think that that needs to start with the board and the board members. We cannot be productive as a board if we don't get along, and if the questions that we ask ahead of time are being qualified and critiqued by coaches who, and then we get that information and I know who asked which question. I know who got a perfect score and who didn't. And I don't think that that's very helpful. And, I don't know if my fellow members would disagree or agree with me on that, but we need a coach who has a team mentality, because that's what we are.
Great, thank you. Member Jackson.
Okay. So just so I am clear, so I was writing down as you were talking, right now we are discussing unmet needs. Then we will be discussing the values to inform the process. Then we will be discussing the standards for the process, right? That's as you were talking, that's what I was writing down. Okay, so right now you're asking me for my unmet needs. Okay, so my unmet needs are, I think let's see. I think one is an unmet need is capacity building, the ability to build capacity for SOFG understanding. And I think that the way that we can wait, that might be getting into that. Well, I think one way that we can build capacity is we need coaches, since we are already going to have a board self-evaluation, we already have progress monitoring, we already have goals and guardrails. I would want a coach who can continue to help us build the capacity on the board self-evaluation, the progress monitoring, and things like that. Because I do think that there are differentiated learning models and understanding of the SOFG framework. And so we do need somebody who can continue to not only deepen the capacity, but broaden the capacity. So that is one. I think we also need to work on communication, particularly as it relates with the public. I think that there is a mystification of SOFG, particularly for those who don't attend board meetings regularly. And so I think we have definitely started that work. I think we're trying to move into phase 3 and phase 4 of community engagement, but I think that we need somebody who can help support us as we
continue to close those feedback loops. We do have Let's Talk, and we have our community engagement calendars. We have our outreach calendars. But I think that it would be helpful, especially as we're moving forward into the summer, when, according to our implementation timeline, we have a community training that's coming up. We have the State of the District that's coming up. We have a lot of events, and so it would be helpful to have a coach who can continue to support us as we continue on with those events that we already have scheduled. And then I think thirdly is, how do we sustain the work we're doing? You did point out that a lot of the stuff is already in policy. This is stuff that is not going away, hopefully. But I think that we need the ability to sustain that work, not only through, sorry, I'm looking at my notes here. How we can continue to reaffirm the guardrails, the implementation timeline, and a coach that can help us, again, deepen and broaden the understanding so that when there is eventual board member turnover, the focus of the board as an entity, not the board as individuals, can remain focused on our students and not on the adults. So I think those are my 3 unmet needs that I would address.
Great, thank you. And Dr. Blakey.
So I am the newest member of the governing team. So I would say in that sense, being new to the governing team, I need to be assured that we can continue focusing on the goals, particularly the goals as outlined with the students that we are focused on. I think it's really important to the work of the district that we are aligned and that we don't change course, because I think we have a tendency to change course and cause confusion to people that are really dedicated to the work. And I need to be able to know that we're focusing on the goals and the work that we have, as we heard tonight, have established systems and structures to be able to meet the needs of these goals. So my unmet needs is to be able to make sure that we are continuing to align our work to the goals. I do recognize that we have onboarding of new board members in the next few months. And so I think there's an unmet need I have to make sure that new members to the governing team are able to work as a team, and that the coaches are able to really work with us on what it means to govern as a team and not in 7 different directions, which causes a lot of confusion within the district.
Thank you. And I would add that my unmet needs are specifically related to community engagement training. So we do have as a priority additional community engagement training specifically on effective governance. We have community engagement work where we're talking about the goals and the guardrails, but also we are training the community on what effective governance is. So support on that. Another unmet need that I have is training on how to do the superintendent evaluation under student outcomes focused governance. So we did adopt this model. We have tied the superintendent's contract to that. We've never done that evaluation. So I need training on how to do that evaluation. And the last one I have is just phase 3 and 4 of community engagement. So we've adopted a framework for what community engagement look like, and would need some help in implementing those. So we're going to move on now to values. And so these are the things, the principles that will undergird this process. So as we're thinking about this selection of a vendor, as we're thinking about implementation of student outcomes focused governance, what are the values that are most important to each board member as we go through this work? So Member Tom Morito, we'll go ahead and start with you again.
President Gonzalez, I'm disheartened that this is not a discussion. We got questions that I didn't know we were supposed to answer. I'm feeling the same way Heather is. If we were more prepared, then we could have cited 1, 2, 3, 4 and given you copies and given you what you wanted. But I feel that right now, the conversations are just framed to give you what you want. And after going, just as Heather said, when you proceeded to say what you needed to say in the beginning, yes, you gave us a history, but then you gave us conditions and how we needed to speak and what we needed to state. And now our conversations are just offering a question and a value, and we're sitting here going, I'm sitting here figuring out, I'm trying to understand the question, but it's puzzling, as I think that this is supposed to be a discussion, but I feel like it's framed more than anything because you want an answer from us to formalize whatever you're formalizing because you're writing it all down. But I just feel it's not a discussion. So I'm going to agree with Heather. I would like more time to think about this. Yes, so I would like more time because right now I just feel like there's a pressure to give answers, but not thought about answers that could give us a really good RFP to house what we want. I just feel right now that it's just framed and I don't feel comfortable in that position. So I need more time. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Timeline is, I think, actually the next thing on the conversation, or sorry, we have evaluation criteria and timeline, so we can go to that. Member Dominguez, would you like to share values that are important to you as we begin this process?
So I'm going to reiterate what I said earlier. I value reflection time. I value conversation. And then an opportunity to think on what we shared so that I can go home, sleep on it, wake up the next morning and things are clear. Okay, then I can type something up and present it to you. As long as we haven't, so the other thing that requires not cluttering our calendar with too much busy work. So I value clarity of purpose, reflection time, conversation with fellow board members. I value transparency, and I value the community as thought partners. I don't just want to train the community on, they're not meant for training. I don't mind sharing the work that we're doing, like we've been doing, right? I mean, at least I have in my community. But I want to listen. I want to listen and then make adjustments, because continuous improvement is about making adjustments, just like we expect the cabinet in the progress monitoring reports to tweak, to go do a root cause analysis. We need to be doing the same thing. Where are we getting it wrong? And we can't do that without listening. So our community engagement needs a lot more intentionality, a lot more listening to happen. We can't talk at people so much. And we all need to connect with the African American community, Native American community, children with disabilities community, the foster children, or rather the children in foster care. And that correction, I had a child in foster care correct me that I am not a foster child. I am a child in foster care. So I'm sharing that moment with you so that you don't have to be embarrassed the way I was. But it was a great lesson. So again, I need the disaggregated data. I need to know which kiddos need our attention, because that's what I value. I don't know. I don't know that I'm giving you the answer because this is on the fly and I'm with the other two. I will probably wake up tomorrow morning and have other things to say.
Thank you. Member Benavides.
Thank you, President Gonzalez. I deeply value the trust and the faith that my constituents have placed in me by electing me to this position. And I feel like having this conversation, this discussion right now of feeling very unprepared is violating that trust and that faith that they have placed in me. I really don't want to go any further in this conversation, and I will try to answer your questions, but they're going to be answers like that moving forward.
Great. Thank you. Member Jackson.
So I think the main value that I've been thinking about over the course of the past few weeks as this discussion has played out is the one thing that I really want to make sure that as we are receiving coaching on student outcomes focused governance is that it is a coach who challenges us and not cheerleads us. I think that cheerleading, or the term I keep hearing bandied about is gives us grace. Personally, I believe that that is a deflection tactic that steers us away from the hard conversations with student needs, back towards the adults' personalities and the adult insecurities that we have. So a value that I think is important in a coach is it is somebody who challenges us, challenges our mindset, and challenges us as a board, as an entity, and us as board members, as individuals, to do more, to have more urgency, and to keep our focus where it needs to be, which is on the student. So that's a main value I have for a coach. The other value that I would look for is somebody who can ensure structure, help us to ensure structure and stability for our goals and our guardrails, specifically as they relate to the strategic plan. I think that's crucial. Dr. Blakey alluded to it, but I think one thing that I have been hearing is that, oh, great, so we're not going to do SOFG anymore. That, it's like right on cue, right on cue. We've been doing something for 2 years. It got hard, and we're gonna change it. We're gonna throw it out with the baby with the bathwater. So I want a coach who is going to again challenge us that when it gets hard, when it gets uncomfortable, when it gets difficult, that they say, here are the tactics that you can use to continue forward. And I think that probably goes to a value of accountability. And also a deep, and I said this before, but a deepening of our family and community engagement. I think we have made huge strides. It's okay, Todd. I think we've made huge strides since the implementation in
2022. I did just for my own knowledge, I went back and looked. We have done at least 53 community engagement events since 2022, and that doesn't include outreach events that we as individuals or working in pairs have done. There were probably 53 in 10 years before that. So I think we have definitely made strides towards our family and community engagement, but that is definitely a value, is that we have to continue to engage our families and our communities. So, oh, and I think the last value is just consistency.
Thank you, Member Jackson. Dr. Blakey.
I think a value in this context would be working as a governance team, as opposed to individuals. And I think a value is a coach being able to coach us and not tell us what to do. So like a coach that's able to understand context and lead you to, like, I guess in coaching, I think of how to win a game, and I'm looking at Mr. Casaus because he's my coach. So I think of it as a coach is how you're going to win. They don't tell you exactly what to do, but they coach you along the way.
Great, thank you. And I would add as important values, student focus, also focus on changing adult behaviors, continuous improvement as we go, and accountability and transparency and equity. So we were going to move to evaluation criteria. I've heard some interest in also maybe discussing timeline first. We also have Member Dominguez posed asking for an evaluation of the previous vendor before we move forward. So with that in mind, do you want to have a conversation around the previous vendor now and what worked and what didn't, so that we capture all of that before we go into new evaluation criteria? Or do we want to talk about timeline and then go into evaluation criteria? What would be most helpful in terms of the next area that we focus on?
I think we need more time to, again, well, first of all, that's not on the agenda, right?
What's
So
not on the agenda?
evaluating the previous, I think we need to tread lightly because we have broken some OMA, I fear. So I'm hesitant, and so I'm going to trust my hesitancy there. I have plenty to say about the previous.
So if I can pause you there, you're asking for a conversation to be added as an agenda item to a future agenda.
Yes.
To have a conversation around the previous vendor, what worked and what didn't.
Correct. And then maybe based on that, get some clarity about what we're expecting from the next vendor and how we'll evaluate them.
Okay. So we can note that is a request.
And I'm willing to listen to others.
We were going to turn it to others. So is that a conversation? Is this a conversation that others want to have around what worked and didn't work with the previous vendor before we move anything forward on selecting a new vendor?
I agree. I think we need to take another time to do that so we can put our thoughts together.
Okay.
And formalize them. I think that right now, on the spur of the moment, and like everyone said, we can say things, but it may be different tomorrow. I just think right now this requires a lot of time and our own space to put our thoughts together.
Member Benavides, Member Jackson, do you want to weigh in on that, whether we should add to an upcoming agenda an evaluation of the previous vendor?
I think that would be prudent.
Okay. And Member Jackson?
I think if we're already having a discussion about a potential request for proposal on vendors for coaching, I think by default, that conversation about evaluation criteria can be discussed now, because I would imagine, and I'm not putting, I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but my guess is that what you want to evaluate the previous vendor. I would think that the evaluation on the previous vendor could also play into evaluation criteria for this vendor. So I am willing to have a discussion about the evaluation criteria that I would look for in a coach moving forward. Also understanding that, and this is, I think, jumping to timeline, but we have a lot of things coming up in the implementation timeline that potentially we could use coaching for. And so if we continue to put this off, we're putting us in a position that doesn't allow us to have the full benefit of help for our students. So that's a long way of saying I'm fine to have evaluation criteria discussion now.
Thank you. So noted. And so I will just say that I think I'm of the same mind that defining evaluation criteria for the next vendor was, to me, most important, so that we can be really clear on what we're looking for to implement student outcomes focused governance. Hearing desire from 3 members to talk about the previous vendor, that is fine, we can do that. And so I'd ask board services to just please note in the minutes that we will add an agenda item regarding evaluation of the previous student outcomes focused governance coach, vendor, contractor, to the next possible upcoming meeting. I know you've already gone through the workflow, I think, of the next June meeting. So maybe we're looking at July, but I'll defer to you and your time for when that gets added to the next possible meeting. So we will have that good discussion. We will post it. It'll be transparent, and that will allow opportunity, I think, for everyone to come into that meeting with reflection of what worked and what didn't work. Does that sound adequate?
Yes, and
Okay.
Point of clarification though, and I'm glad you brought up the timeline. So I think that needs to be revisited.
When you say the timeline, you mean the timeline for
the implementation timeline that we, had, that was an agreement with the previous vendor under the guidance of the previous vendor. And like I pointed out, the amount of growth I've had in the last 2 or 3 weeks I feel like I've lived a century. But yeah, I think we need to include that as part of the discussion, because you're right. We're taking time that is going to impact that workload.
Okay, so I, as I stated and as the action item says, was hoping to have a discussion around an RFP process for professional services agreements. So I want to keep us as much as possible or entirely on that agenda. I do also hear a request for adding to a future agenda a discussion of the current SOFG implementation timeline. So as I noted in my conversation of everything that has happened previously that has been adopted, so that was adopted by vote in November 20th of 24. So it's policy, and so we would have to bring it back to a vote to change the implementation timeline. And so I want to open that and see, is that an agenda item that folks would like to add to an upcoming agenda? This question of changing our student outcomes focused governance implementation timeline.
So I would not say, changing, I think revisiting and revising so that it aligns with some of the values that we heard here tonight. Heard a lot about community engagement and changing that up. That's going to impact that timeline.
Okay, so I said change, you're saying revisit and revise. I can change my wording to revisit and revise the current SOFG implementation timeline. I do want to acknowledge that what we have adopted carries through December 2027. However, after a point, it's just the same stuff of every single month has invest at least 50% of the board's monthly minutes into goal monitoring, receive a monitoring effectiveness score of 80%, and conduct monthly check-ins with the governance team. So those, looking at our implementation timeline, are basically what we are doing from December 2025 forward.
I guess here's a value that I just popped into my head, and maybe it's not a value, but what I need is I need to feel like I have more ownership of that implementation timeline, that implementation timeline reflects my values.
Okay, let me add that to the need. 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay. So in my implementation timeline overview included that we each had individual conversations with the contractor. We were presented with a summary memo of changes to the implementation timeline, and then we had a vote. So if you can help me clarify when you say I need more ownership of the implementation timeline, what that would look like, so I can make sure that we're integrating it into an upcoming agenda.
Okay, so I'm glad that this is coming up. I had no clue that when I was talking to them about the timeline, that this was committing me to a contract with them, tying me to a deliverable that they controlled, which my contract expert retiree from Sandia Lab said that is not standard practice in a contract. The vendor doesn't control your work. I don't want to have individual conversations. I need to hear from everybody because we're a team and we need to behave like a team. So yeah, I want those conversations on the dais.
Okay, so I am hearing that you would like a conversation around the SOFG implementation timeline in which we revisit and revise it. Okay, are there other members who would like to add that also to an upcoming meeting agenda?
I do, because I feel that if we get a new vendor, the scope of work might change. It may not be the same that's listed in that timeline. And we don't want to strap down a new contract and they're doing something differently and then they don't apply for the work because they see the timeline. And so I think that we have to look at, yeah, exactly when we get somebody in new, it may change. Or they may do it in a different way. So we got to keep it open and not strap somebody down to just do this type of work.
Okay. So I had assumed that the 7-0 vote on the implementation timeline meant that we were committed to that timeline. So if we want to revise it, we can put it on agenda. I'm also hearing we potentially repeal it and start over with a new vendor in terms of the implementation timeline. And so what that agenda item could look like would be revisiting, revise, and potentially repeal the current SOFG implementation timeline. That's what gets put onto an agenda item.
I mean, it's a discussion.
It's a discussion.
Yep, absolutely. Other members have any comments on that?
I do. I just want to say the implementation timeline came before us in November. We had the time to discuss if there was something on that implementation timeline that we didn't like, that we needed to slow down, that we weren't comfortable with. We had the opportunity
to have that discussion, to revisit, revise, revamp. I think of value, if we can go back, is we need a coach who will continue to push us on the personal responsibility that we need to take as individual board members giving service to the board as a whole. President Gonzalez's revisit of the timeline that got us to this point was an acknowledgement that at every step of the way, the full board has been engaged in this discussion. And I mean, I am just shocked that we're at this point where we have the opportunity to continue coaching on one of the leading organizations in the nation who has demonstrated proven results to improve student outcomes, that we are questioning this as a tactic of something that we can use to improve this district. I haven't slept for 2 stinking days because of the headspace and the time and the energy. There we go. There's another unmet need. I am trying so hard to focus on effective governance, and this has spun so far out of control because of narratives, because of misunderstandings, because of hurt feelings. I have researched, I have put in the work that is required to understand what student outcomes focused governance is. I use a coach when I have questions. I don't use them all the time, but I use the coach when I have questions, when I need help. But I do that. And I don't blame anybody else when I fall short. I take responsibility for that. We've had votes. We have a 7-0 vote on a timeline. We have, I don't know, this has been in front of the board. And I'm sorry if I am losing my cool. I haven't slept in 2 days. But I am ready. The agenda item says that we are going to have a discussion about the potential for an RFP for a new coaching contract. I would like to continue to move forward with that discussion right now. And if we need to have discussions about agenda items for later, maybe that is something that individual board members can send in as items, but it is 8:38 at night. I would like to continue this discussion because I believe we still have GO bonds that we need to discuss. There are other things that are important to our constituents as well. I represent 90,000 roughly constituents. You know what they want me to be focusing on? They want to make sure that our kids can read. They want to make sure that our kids can do math. That's what they want me to do. They want me to focus on that. So can we move forward with this discussion about whether or not we're going to list an RFP? I've got some evaluation criteria that I'm interested in discussing. And then if we need to air our grievances later, let's do that.
Thank you, Member Jackson. So I want to turn to Member Benavides to this question around whether you think it's important to add an upcoming agenda item to revisit, revise, and potentially repeal the student outcomes focused governance implementation timeline.
I think the conversation about the timeline is important because I don't believe contract was ever used when we discussed the timeline in the past. And you all can correct me if I'm wrong. That is alarming to me, and it's another area where I feel like we're not getting the information we need. If we continue this conversation, we can find ourselves making a decision that we might look back on in 6 months and say, why did we do that? I don't want that to happen. And I understand Board Member Jackson's passion, and I share it to some degree. I don't share her passion for ending the meeting early or ending the meeting soon, getting through this conversation, forcing it just so we can do that. This is very important. If we missed something in the past, maybe none of us had the courage to say we didn't understand. Maybe we thought we understood and information was not being provided to us. But I feel like this is very rushed and this is not productive, and we will find ourselves back in this place, and we are here to improve student outcomes, and this is not doing that.
Thank you. So I do hear interest from 3 board members on adding a discussion item to a future agenda. So I'll ask board services to note that as well, to add that for the next possible upcoming meeting. The reason I am allowing this conversation to continue is because it relates to the timeline, which we will discuss next in the context of issuing an RFP to find a vendor to support effective student outcomes focused governance implementation. So we would like to have an upcoming board meeting discussion on evaluation of the previous vendor. We would also like to have an upcoming board meeting agenda item on SOFG implementation timeline, revisit, revising, and potentially repeal. So we'll add those to an upcoming meeting agenda. As we think about the timeline, so I will share that I was hopeful that we could have a conversation around timeline in this meeting and advance that so we could move to selection of a vendor. But I would like to open the conversation now to say what else would apply to the timeline as you're thinking about this vendor. So we'll schedule those 2 agenda items for the next possible meeting. That would likely be July 16th. So we'll be able to have that conversation on July 16th.
So I have a request.
Hold on, just real quick, hold on. And so following that, what needs to happen in terms of the time frame for issuing an RFP, determining the evaluation criteria, issuing the RFP, reviewing contractors, checking vendor, checking references, and selecting a contractor, and then going into contract. So Member Dominguez, you have a question.
I really do not want to, we're going to have a timeline. So repealing is not, I think that's alarmist. That's going to, I can hear, I mean, I received an email today that from an organization, you know, sounding the alarm that the APS board was against student outcomes focused governance. It's not true. So if we put in repeal, it's going to alarm the community.
So I was being responsive to Member Tom Morito's comment that we don't want to bring in a new vendor who is responsible for implementing a timeline from a previous vendor.
Yep.
So
it's our timeline.
yeah, it is our timeline, and that's the conversation I'm trying to have. Do we want to revisit the timeline, which we adopted in policy as a board 7-0 November 20th, 2024? If so, we can do that, and we can repeal that calendar. We can change dates. We can remove dates. We could revise it. We can do all of that.
Well, and I think at that time when we did adopt it, we thought SOFG was here. We didn't know that we were going to go into an RFP and start changing things. So
I didn't know we were going to go into an RFP either, but
but that's what I'm saying. So there's things on that you mentioned that we adopted. They're in our governance manual. They're in all those things. But I think many times we have to be open if we're going to ask somebody to come in and give them a contract to what deliverables they're going to give and what we expect.
Yes.
But I think, we're, you know, it's one of these things where we're setting things in motion and stating they are, and we're going to stick to this. We have, you know, I get it, but I'm also saying that SOFG, we're not trying, and it's the same thing we keep reiterating, is we're not trying to get rid of it. But we understand the need for goals, for guardrails. But sometimes it's misconstrued somewhere that because we want more time, that we're trying to get rid of it. And just as Josefina said about the article that came out, it's alarming that I don't know where they get this information that there's a few of us who want it to end. But it's just saddening to me that we can't really at least pause for a moment to figure out why we are in the state we are and we disagree with what we disagree with.
That's what I'm trying to get us to.
Yeah, but
We're going to pause. We have as an agenda item on the July 18th meeting to discuss the evaluation of the previous vendor. July 16th. I heard interest in 3 board members to also add an agenda item to revisit and revise the SOFG implementation timeline. I heard you, Member Tomorito, state interest in potentially removing the timeline.
No,
Nothing about
not moving. If we're gonna go back and just address some of the things, it's not getting rid of it. It's trying to focus. And like we said, when we look at the timeline, it takes us, it's our work that we have to do.
Absolutely. So we've added as a discussion item, revisit and revise SOFG implementation timeline.
Yes.
Okay, that can happen on July 16th. You're asking for time, so let's look at our calendars. July 16th, we have a conversation around the evaluation of the previous vendor and the revisiting and revising the SOFG current implementation timeline. At what point after that might we be ready to establish evaluation criteria for the vendor? Will we be ready to come into that meeting, July 16th, and propose evaluation criteria or standards that are going to guide the scoring of the contract? Or do we need more time?
So we're trying to get to our calendars. Let's see.
So July 16th is over a month from now, so we'll have that discussion on the evaluation of the previous vendor. Another way of framing it is in that same meeting on July 16th, are we able to establish evaluation criteria in open meeting as has been requested for that vendor? Or would you like to push that forward to a subsequent meeting, in which case, Dr. Albright, I would ask if you could take a look at the workflow and let us know if we're not deciding July 16th and then we want to get something on an agenda for the future meeting, what meeting that would be the earliest possible. So the question on the floor related to the timeline is if we're having a conversation on July 16th related to evaluation of the previous vendor and the current SOFG implementation timeline, are we able to discuss evaluation criteria to create the RFP, or are we doing that in a separate meeting? What's the timeline? How are we playing that out?
I can't speak for other board members, but as long as I have all of the information and I'm able to be prepared and answer the questions ahead of time, then I will be fully prepared to have that conversation or discussion, create the evaluation at that meeting.
Okay. Members Jackson, Tomorito, Dominguez?
Likewise, as long as I've got all the information and no new details materialized during the meeting. Yeah.
Members Jackson and Tomorito?
I agree, as long as we're open and we have all documents before us and that, yeah, that it's that we can make the decisions we need to make. Yes, I'll be ready.
Member Jackson?
I'm ready to have a discussion tonight because the discussion item was regarding an RFP for a potential new coaching contract. So I did the research on what that potentially could look like. So I am ready to have that discussion tonight. But I am hearing that it's probably going to be pushed, which I would assume then means that the current contract that we are under with Council of Great City Schools remains in effect, and that we can continue to use their coaching services until that point.
It remains in effect until June 30th. Yes, that's what you're saying.
And we have the right to terminate it before then, if we want.
Okay, remains in effect until June 30th. So we will come into that July 16th meeting and establish criteria for selecting a vendor to support implementation of student outcomes focused governance. Once we have that criteria, well, I'll also ask between now and that date if you can, which I was going to discuss tonight, have folks email or share names of potential vendors or contractors so that we can invite them to apply. So can that also be done around July 16th? We'll have potential names. So if we have a list of evaluation criteria, typically we like to give vendors a couple of weeks to apply. So if we are issuing the RFP, let's say July 18th, 2 weeks after that would be August 1st. Does that work for folks in terms of a timeline? We would have proposals due August 1st.
I mean, in theory, that sounds fine, but
What else do you need to be able to weigh in on that?
We have to have somewhat of a deadline. We can't put this off forever.
right. So is that an appropriate, that would be how many weeks?
It's 2 weeks after the RFP is issued.
Is that, is there precedent for that?
That's pretty standard practice. That's what we've done with prior contracts.
Okay, and as long as it's an open invitation.
Absolutely open, required by law. Okay, so we will ask for proposals to be due by August 1st. Typically, it's a week of a scoring process, which would take us to August 8th. And then following that is review of references, which is typically a couple of days, would take us to around August 12th, 13th. Building in some wiggle room, Dr. Albright, do you have our meeting schedule open? So if we're now into August, we're looking at an August, let's say at the earliest possible, we would be August 15th, where we could potentially have a vendor in mind. In terms of the workflow following August 15th, what would be the next possible earliest board meeting agenda?
17th.
September 17th. Okay, so we would discuss and vote on that on September 16th.
So 3 months without coaching.
Yep. Members Tom Morito, Dominguez.
I'm sorry, what date was that? That you're throwing out?
Which date was which part?
Well, our RFPs are due, we'll close that RFP on August.
August 1st, we'll have scoring time. We'll have time to contact references. And then the next possible meeting that we could get it on would be September 16th for a vote.
Does it need to go to
17th?
Finance Committee first? That's a good question.
Not at that dollar
I
amount.
don't think so, because it's not the dollar.
I guess it's going to depend on the dollar amount. If the vendor proposal comes in above 60,000, then it would need to, right?
And
Burnett.
Ms. Apodaca, the question is, if they do the RFP, does it need to go to the Finance Committee before it goes to the full board?
And does it depend on the amount or no?
well,
Wait, we don't.
not gonna be-
Not 500,000.
We haven't budgeted.
Much less.
So,
Or it could go on the August 26th.
so it does not go, I'm sorry that Mr. Gonzalez was trying to get you a microphone. If I attempt to summarize, Dr. Blakey asked our Chief Financial Officer if the contract would need to go to our Finance Committee before it comes to full board approval in the September 16th meeting. Her answer was that it would need to be over 500,000. Okay.
I think.
Bring it to the full board for approval. Okay, so for right now, is it okay with folks if we operate with the timeline of this would come forth on a September 16th vote? Unless for some reason it needs to go to Finance Committee?
Yes.
Which is, I'm sorry, Dr. Albright, when is that Finance Committee?
It's the September 17th board meeting.
Oh, September, okay,
And
I'm
the
sorry.
Finance Committee meeting is the following week, September 24.
Okay, so it would go to the October meeting instead, or?
If it went to Finance, then it would be finally approved by the full board at the October 1st board meeting.
Okay.
But I'm hearing
So-
that that's not necessarily.
So we will move forward with the plan. It'll go forth for a September 17th vote unless for some reason it needs to go to Finance Committee for approval, in which case it would go to the September 24th Finance Committee meeting and come forward to the full board vote on October 1st. Thank you. All right, so in which case we would be able to get a vendor under contract if we approve them on September 17th. Let's just assume that, let's say end of September would be when we have a new vendor under contract. Okay.
I'm in the minority.
Okay, so we have discussed the timeline. We have put off the conversation on evaluation criteria until July 16th. Also on July 16th, asking that board members come with suggestions of potential contractors. We will have time afterwards if you don't have those ready because they will need to, it'll be posted publicly, so it's available to anyone publicly. That's what's required. And you can make sure that those vendors get the get the RFP as well. So with that in mind, the agenda item was to discuss the professional services agreement regarding governance training and support. We have had that discussion. I don't believe that this was an action item. Is that correct? So we don't need to postpone an action to a future meeting. All right, before we close out this discussion item, are there any final closing comments? Anything that you or anyone wants to, not anyone, any of the board members want to say with respect to this process to make sure that we are meeting your needs and accomplishing what we need to as it relates to student outcomes focused governance?
I just have one question. I just wanted to know when the executive committee decided to go into the RFP process.
Let's see, the executive committee met. It's the second Friday of every month. So that would be May 16th. Also, I meet regularly with the superintendent to discuss board meeting agendas and what goes on which agenda. And so we have our meetings on Wednesdays. So Dr. Blakey and I, as well as the board services team, met on May 28th to discuss May 21st, sorry, to discuss the agenda for this meeting. Okay. All right, any other additional questions or comments? All right, then with that, we will move on to our next item, which is to consider approval of the consent agenda. So I do need a motion and a second for items 6.1 through 623.
I move we approve the consent agenda for items 6.1 to 6.23.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second, Board Member Benavides.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Dr. Albright, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Ronaldo Tomorito,
Yes.
Tina Dominguez,
Yes.
Heather Benavides,
Yes.
Courtney Jackson.
Yes.
And Yo Gonzalez.
Yes, so that motion carries and we've adopted the consent agenda. The next item is to consider adopting the 2025 election resolution / proclamation, including granting signatory authority to the board president and board secretary to sign all necessary documents. Our presenter, thank you for hanging with us this long, is Gabe Hawkes, the Deputy Superintendent of Operations. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam President. Board and Superintendent Blakey. Great to be here tonight. So in front of you, we're asking you to consider adopting the 2025 election resolution proclamation, which includes granting a signatory authority to board president, board secretary to sign all necessary documents. And this would be a proclamation that would be for our November 4th, 2025 county election, both in Bernalillo and Sandoval counties. The two pieces to that, the first one is asking to approve a general obligation bond question, which will be expected to max out at 350 million. And then the other piece of that is the election of board members in District 3, District 5, District 6, and District 7. And just really briefly on the general obligation bond question, that 350 million has three major pockets. It's very student-centric, which we're really excited about. Three major pockets. One is 40 million for HVAC upgrades to 20 school sites. That's converting those school sites to updated refrigerated air units. 178 million to cover construction inflation from our 2021 bond projects. We've talked a lot about that as we've seen construction costs increase tremendously after COVID and after the pandemic, but also to address labor costs as well as materials that have gone up. And then 70 million to address other construction projects throughout the district. The three being CTE, which would align to our academies that we're working on. Another one would be Special Education Student Center on the west side. And then the third one would be a middle school classroom block. So with that, Madam President, members of the board and superintendent, I stand for any questions you all may have tonight.
Great, thank you. I do want to acknowledge that we had a presentation in advance and an opportunity to review all of these materials and to ask questions both one-on-one and in advance. And so at this point, I'd entertain a motion, please, to consider adopting the 2025 election resolution and proclamation.
I move that we consider adopting the 2025 election resolution proclamation, including granting signatory authority to the board president, board secretary to sign all necessary documents. This is Board Member Benavides.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
This is Board Member Dominguez. I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion? We have a question. Member Jackson, go ahead.
And I'm sorry I didn't get to ask you this during the thing, but do you have a plan that will clearly communicate the details of this entire board for the community so that they really understand the purpose of it, what it's going to? Like, can you just elaborate a little bit on what the public information campaign plan looks like?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. Madam Chair, Member Jackson, so we will. So if this is approved tonight by the board, the next phase will be our marketing phase and campaign and education tour, as well I'll call it. And it's getting out to the community to share this information. And really, it all aligns to our capital master plan, our long-term capital master plan. So really sharing with our community again, a plan that it's on our website, but actually bringing it to the forefront again and talking through that and looking through those projects, those specific projects in those specific communities. We'll be talking a lot through our marketing campaign about completed projects that we've done and highlight some of those to our communities to remind them what their taxpayer dollars have done for our kids in our communities. And then the third piece to that I would add is part of that campaign will be tying it to our student outcomes and the goals and guardrails that we have. So that will begin immediately after this is approved. That work will begin.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for that. Mr. Hawkes, are there additional questions or additional discussion on this agenda item? All right, thank you. Dr. Albright, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Ronaldo Tomorito,
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez.
Yes.
Heather Benavides.
Yes.
Courtney Jackson.
Yes.
Gonzalez.
Yes. So that motion carries. So thank you, Mr. Hawkes. Also, thank you, Mr. Wijinje, for joining as well and being available to answer questions in the moment, but also previously. Really appreciate that and am excited about the opportunity for our community.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. With that, we will move to our next agenda item, which is to consider adopting a tax maintenance resolution, including granting signatory authority to the board president and board secretary to sign all necessary documents.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Blakey. And so what you have before you is the consideration to adopt a tax maintenance resolution. And what this is this is alerting the Department of Finance and Administration for the state of New Mexico, as well as the Public Education Department, that the intent of the board is to maintain our current property tax rate to cover our obligations within our school district. And that would be maintaining the tax rate from 2024 and carry that over and maintain that for 2025. And that tax rate is actually 4.48 mils currently, and that would be our rate. So kind of just in general, with this $350 million obligation, general obligation bond, our taxes will not increase, or our property taxes will not increase based on your assessed value as long as those maintain the same. So the rate stays the same.
Great, thank you for that. And again, acknowledging that we have had the materials, had opportunities to ask questions in advance, I will entertain a motion to consider adopting the tax maintenance resolution.
I move we adopt the tax maintenance resolution, including granting signatory authority to the board president and board secretary to sign all necessary documents. This is Member Jackson.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second. This is Josefina Dominguez, but I'll touch base with you about a question.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion or questions? All right, thank you. Dr. Albright, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Rhoda Tom Morito,
Yes.
Josefina Dominguez,
Yes.
Pepe Benavides.
Yes.
Courtney Jackson.
Yes.
Senor Gonzalez.
Yes, so that motion carries. Again, thank you, Mr. Wajenge, Mr. Jaquez. I wrote down Jackson there. Jaquez. I wrote down who made the motion. Okay, so we will, that completes our action items. We'll move on to our discussion items. So the next item is an update on the district's investment program for the third quarter of FY 2025. Our presenters for this item are Renette Apodaca, our Chief Financial Officer, and Mark Turnbull, the Executive Director of Accounting. Did you have opening remarks? Again, I want to acknowledge we had the presentation in advance. We had opportunity to ask questions. So were there any opening remarks that you wanted to provide?
Madam President, board members, Superintendent Blakey, in your packet, you will find the items for our district investment program. Also, we do have Mark Turnbull online. I think he's still there. Yes, he is.
He is.
For any questions.
Great, thank you. So we had a chance to review the materials. We had a chance to ask questions in advance. So at this point, I would like to entertain a motion. Oh, this doesn't require a discussion. Sorry. Any other questions or discussion on this agenda item?
Thank you.
Members Tomorito, Dominguez, any discussion, questions? Thank you. So thank you, Ms. Apodaca, Mr. Turnbull, for the comprehensiveness of the information that you provided in advance and your willingness to answer questions, and also for this important work. Thank you. That brings us to agenda item number 9, which is the President's report. So as usual, we'll start with public forum and just acknowledge that although public forum is not an opportunity for dialogue, we do want each speaker to know that you are heard and that we are working with the administration on resolutions. Some of the issues that we heard tonight, was that Todd again this time?
Pointing the finger.
His face is turning red.
Was not I.
Some of the issues that we heard tonight were regarding the school board's guardrails, changes in principals, lack of transparency in the 2024 Council of Great City Schools contract and concerns going forward, supporting librarians, library materials, support of student outcomes focused governance, balance of special ed and economically disadvantaged among schools. We didn't have that one. Maybe they quit. They didn't stay. And APS board plans on how to impact student outcomes. I also want to acknowledge that during today's meeting, we had an effective monitoring session, progress monitoring of Guardrail 5. As always, because we rotate facilitation and progress monitoring, we do invite each facilitator to reflect on the process and to please share any suggestions that you may have on changes to that process. So Member Tomorito, if you have any suggestions on the facilitation process, if you could just email those to board services. The next thing is, do want to acknowledge that it is this Friday, June 6th, is National Gun Violence Awareness Day. And every day, 125 people in the United States are killed by gun violence, and more than 260 are shot and wounded. New Mexico has 526 deaths every year and the highest rate of gun deaths the third highest rate of gun deaths in the US. So if anyone would like to join people from all over the United States in raising awareness about gun violence, check out the website wearorange.org and consider wearing orange on Friday. I also want to publicly acknowledge and thank TIG for their very generous donation of $10,000 to support the board's community engagement efforts. We share that in our at a glance message, but very appreciative for that work, for that donation. They did not have to do that, but are very committed to the work of this district and of this board as it relates to this. So real big ups for that $10,000 donation. And that concludes the president's report. The next Board of Education meeting will be June 18th at the Alice and Bruce King Educational Complex here at 6400 Uptown Boulevard Northeast and live streamed at aps.edu. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.